Welcome to Archangel Revelations and Prophecies 444. I'm Gat, your host. This viewer took advantage of all the offers we got going on now with three natal charts. You just saw the one I did with the three natal charts. And this viewer wanted it done separately, so that's what we're going to do. You're looking at the first chart. First thing I noticed was the somewhat of a triangle going to Leo, Aquarius, and Sagittarius. Now let's just see where Leo is, because that's gonna be a defining. Yep, Leo's in the ninth house, and in Sagittarius, and Aquarius. Sagittarius being in the first house. I would kind of say a Sagittarius, depending on where it is in the chart, but a Sagittarius in the ascendant in this particular. Yep, because there's a moon right there with Aquarius. A Sagittarius in this particular configuration is an old soul, but it's like an old enlightened soul. And if you notice, Capricorn is right there, because a lot of times they'll tell you that Capricorn, depending on where it's at, or is it close to the moon and stuff like that, is an old soul. But this is an old enlightened soul, because the Sagittarius usually represents the higher self, and that's the connection to Jupiter, which is right there. Jupiter being the like the father of the universe, the biggest planet in our solar system, and he's like this father in the universe, and tends to be somewhat of a spiritual father. And if you've ever had any metaphysical experiences, you can literally be connected to Jupiter, definitely. Show you real quick with me when I was going through my whole twin flame thing. What happened was Jupiter was literally being blocked in the universe. Not Jupiter, Venus was being blocked in the universe, because I had a great relationship with Venus from 2004 upward. Around 2014, 2015 was my twin flame situation. Then all of a sudden, first Saturn and Mars were blocking Venus. Couldn't even talk to her. Then it would get dark, couldn't get talked to her, and I was frustrated because I had never had that experience with Venus. From 2004 all the way to what I said, I had a great relationship with Venus. And then one night I was just in the kitchen. I was just real frustrated. It's like early in the morning, like 2 a.m. in the morning, and something said, "Step outside and look up, and you'll have your answer." I stepped outside, looked up, and there was this bright, whatever, black back star or whatever it was. I said, "Is that Venus?" Because it looked like Venus was clear and white, but I knew Venus was being hemmed up. And so I went in, and that's when I met Jupiter. And from the moment I met Jupiter, because I came in and said with I got all my space stuff online. So I found out that was Jupiter. For the moment Jupiter introduced itself to me, everything changed as far as finances and income and cash, everything. And and the moment Venus got out of whatever she was being bounded up in space, she came right into Leo, the Leo constellation with Jupiter. She came right in. So if you do astrology, you know how to do it, know how to look it up, you'll see that. Because I gave you the time period between 2014, 2015 probably. And if it was 2016, it would have been earlier. But it was either 2014, 2015. But that definitely did happen. So we are much more than what we are told we are. And even in the stars, even when you read like Genesis 15, they let you know the God's people are the stars. It says it over and over again throughout scriptures. And even when you look at like the so-called Native Americans, they believe that too, that they were connected to the stars. And even when they found the Messiah, they said his star. So you're much more than you are. And even when they say star, that could be a planet, on and on. They just call it a star. So it is what it is. So you have to believe that to receive it. And so this is an enlightened old soul because of the whole Jupiter Sagittarius connection. And we'll of course be going deeper But the main thing I want to look at now is if we can find it, because I really want to. A lot of times they don't really give you what you're looking for. What I really want to do right now is Saturn retrograde in Leo. Right. Like I said, just give me a moment because I want to be looking around. There's a video. Well, I can't say it, but it has a picture of a Carmel female. But this is on YouTube. The title of it is Saturn retrograde for each sign. So that's interesting. Just give me a moment. Now, I'm also going to get an expert explanation of the ninth house. That would be Terry Nassan. Just give me a moment. And we'll also take a look. If need be, we may not have to, but I'm going to have it ready just in case. We're going to take a look at that Saturn retrograde. So this is astrologyking.com. Saturn retrograde on your natal chart, such as this natal chart, suggested there was a problem with self-discipline or avoiding responsibility in a former life. So I'm going to come back to that. All right, now this is tarot.com, Saturn retrograde in Leo. So it says Saturn is there to teach you lessons when it's retrograde, especially retrograde in Leo. The lessons turn inward. We are forced to face the fears and personal limitations that are getting in our way. Saturn retrograde in Leo puts a mirror up to us, and we may not like the cold or domineering face looking back at us. But when this happens, instead of reacting with regret, disappointment, or anger, Saturn wants us to realize these negative feelings so that we finally feel the need to fix them at their source. So again, what you're kind of looking at here is, like I said, when you deal with a Leo in a retrograde type of fashion, you're dealing with like egos, maybe a past life ego. And the other person just said this person may have failed to do other things, be responsible in the past life because they felt like, hey, it's all about me. And you see that a lot nowadays. You just see a lot of people that are so consumed with what they want and what they think with their own vanity that they really ain't trying to do that. And we'll learn more about Saturn retrograde because there's a website, that deals especially with retrogrades. And sometimes that is a problem. These people, sometimes, but we'll wait till we get there. So sometimes the only way you're going to see it in yourself is when they put you up against somebody who who is showing you really what you're like or like you were, so that you'll make that change or at least deal with it. So Saturn retrograde is trying to make you realize that you are in control of your actions. Can't blame it on somebody else. So during a Saturn retrograde, obstacles are not in your path, they are the path. And you have to learn how to overcome them. And again, when this is happening, the person has got to try to overcome themselves. Can't run and get somebody to help you. Not. But sometimes you got to do what you got to do. But the main thing is you have to address whatever obstacles Saturn retrograde is bringing. And they're saying it's usually connected to some type of lesson you must learn, or either some past life stuff. So if you're born with Saturn and Leo, you may face challenges in life. Expressing yourself doesn't come easily or natural for you. And that's kind of funny because under any other circumstance, Leo is kind of really wanting to show off to the world. They want to express themselves. So they said with Saturn and Leo, you may have all these ideas, but when you try to express them, you run into trouble. Fear gets in your way. So this person will try not to bring their creativity out to the world, which is kind of unique because normally that's exactly what Leo does. So they said force and control will often make others go along with your ideas. But remember, Saturn retrograde is actually trying to sway you not to use bully tactics or lazy tactics. So they said one of Saturn's greatest lessons is to learn how to let your guard down and realize that others will actually respect you more for it. But again, that really would be a system of learn or whatever, live and learn. Because some people will try to play you out if you seem, non-confrontational. So I think, me personally, that's a deeper form of learning. Because some people you can kind of let your guard down, and you only learn this by learning. But other people you honestly can't because they will try their best to run over top of you or give them an inch, they'll take a mile. So you do have to kind of have that kind of strongness about yourself that people know they just can't play you out. It says so then they get into the ego. So they say Saturn retrograde will really try to pull you down to learn how to work with others, submit, because that Leo ego will make you think it's all about you. And So they're saying that type of person realizes their relationship with others is one-sided and can't bring you joy. And I always try to teach people, like, because you can read all of this stuff, but real life is real life. Because if you're in a situation where you got a lot of lazy people around you, sometimes you got to get up and get it done, because they may not do it no matter what you do, no matter what. And if every time you need to get something done, you got to use some form of psychology or something like that, it burns you out more. You know what I'm saying? Like, it'll burn you out more than if you just did it and went on with your life, because you can't live your whole life with lazy people and stuff like that. They're gonna do what they're gonna do. Sometimes you just gotta get it done and get it moving, because you got things you got goals, you got things you're trying to accomplish in your own life. And you know that's one thing about planet Earth. You have so many people trying to pull you into their mess. So you can do a little bit here and there, but you can't let other people dictate your life. It's kind of like that whole thing with LL Cool J. Mama said knock you out. So even though his grandmother said knock him out, his grandmother was the same person in the movie that said, Todd, take out the garbage. So you got to know when to do which one. You got to know when you got time to deal with other people's foolishness, and time to say, nah, I'm not gonna let this foolishness stop me from my goals and my agenda. And that's why I say, when people wake up a little bit and grow a little bit, um, that's how you learn. Because there's a time and place for everything. Like, it's somebody I like out here on YouTube. I'm definitely going to donate, because I donate to a lot of people out here on YouTube when I have it. But right now I don't have a whole lot, so I do what the Messiah told me. Messiah said, if you're going to give to somebody who can't give back. So that would be, anybody who can't give back, whether it's homeless, poor, hungry, whatever the case might be. Because it's very easy to say, I want to talk to her anyway. I mean, if I donate over to her, then she'll talk to me. Because people think that way. That's just the normal earthly way of thinking. But unfortunately, that's not the way the Messiah teaches to think. So you do what the Messiah says. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. You gotta learn when to move forward and when not. Otherwise, you're just gonna be following idealism, and you're gonna find yourself far behind. And they're gonna say, "Hey, how come you never did this? You never accomplished this?" Oh, well, I was working with my relatives and they helped me. Oh, don't blame me, relatives. Even though that would be true, because you would have been done, got ahead and did what you had to do, but you got held back because you felt you read something and you followed it, and now you wishing you didn't follow it. So that's why it's always good to deal with experts, deal with people that have been through stuff, because they're trying to save you the time so you don't make the same mistakes. So the point being made, if you have Saturn retrograde in Leo, just watch your ego. Don't be lazy. And we know this is some past life stuff, and we're not finished yet. We're still just going over it. But you can help out in some cases. But in other cases, you got to let them people do whatever they're going to do. Like I said, locations I be at, the areas I be in, I don't allow to get dirty and lay. I'll clean up, or every now and then when I'm pissed off, I'll tell somebody, you get up and do it. But that's only because I'm mad. Otherwise, I just go ahead and do it, because I don't feel like dealing with the foolishness. But now in other areas that I'm not really in as much, now those areas be dirty and stuff like that. But it is what it is. So you can't make a person clean if they don't want to. You could try, but some people just gonna be done. Now, if you're a parent, that's a little bit different. You can tell your kid you better do it or whatever. But in another case, you cannot make, if you got coworkers, you can't make them do it, and you can get mad and frustrated, or if you got brothers and sisters, it could be anybody that's just lazy and dirty. They're not gonna do it. So that's when you do have to get up and go ahead and do it, regardless of what astrology says. Because if you don't do it and they don't do it, then sooner or later you're gonna hear from the health department, and you're gonna have to get some exterminators and all kind of crazy stuff. Because that's what happens with laziness. So again, you got to know, Leo is supposed to be a leader, so you got to know when to just get up and just go ahead and do it. And like I said, try to stay pessimistic, because it's easy to look at somebody's faults and not the positive stuff they do. So maybe you are doing more of the work, but maybe you're benefiting in a different type of way. And again, if you're thankful, you got a roof over your head and stuff like that. That's something to be thankful about too. So you don't have to just look at, oh, why don't these people? Oh, I'm sick of this. Because then you kind of look at a gift horse in the mouth. God has put you somewhere where you have a roof over your head, stuff like that. But it's not going to be perfect. So if you keep looking at what you think is, oh, I'm sick of these, they're so lazy, and all they do is, and then you blow the spot. So that's why I say you got to really understand what Saturn retrograde in Leo means. It means, being able to move forward productively. And sometimes the best way you can move forward productively is just to get up, stay away from that silly stuff, and keep it moving. And being thankful, at least you even got a place. So that's why, again, spiritually speaking, you can pray for wisdom so that you don't come to wrong conclusions just based on your feelings or limited information. So again, I'm just going to stress this. No matter what they said about Saturn and retrograde, the people got to want to do their part too, because they're talking about teamwork and all this other stuff. But if they not going to do it, they're not going to do it. And again, if you're a parent, you may be able to, apply a little bit of pressure. But I mean, it's not too much. Like if you really got like a hard-headed kid or something, like what you gonna do? Go upside his head? Then he might call the cops. I seen plenty of times when a little kid called the cops. They had a recording. It was a mother arguing with her child or something, and that girl said, "I'll call the police and shit." So it's only so much you can do. So you try to do the best you can, or however you can get it done. But ultimately, just don't make excuses. Don't go, oh, my children are dirty, and I'm not gonna be cleaning up behind them. And people come in your house, and your house is filthy dirty. Oh, why is your house so filthy dirty? Oh, because my children are all just lazy. I tell them to do it, they won't do it. Well, somebody got to do it. However it gets, and it could be challenging, but somebody got to do it. So don't make excuses. Don't make any type of excuse. And that's why I said I refuse to be held back on any level at any point. So I'm not gonna sit around because I'm around some lazy people and they don't want to clean. So I'm not gonna clean. Then the place is dirty. And you seeing bugs and all that crap. Like that joke Eddie Murphy used to have. The dog messes on the floor and everybody acting like they don't see it because they don't want to clean it up. So you don't want to do that either. So Saturn and Saturn retrograde in Leo will cause the person to motivate the person to be less bossy, less egotistical, less commanding, and learn how to work with people. But again, those are not bad traits, and that's why you really have to know. Because right away, I know for a fact I read a lot of astrology, and they always try to beat Leo up. But the truth of the matter is, Leo is like the king of the jungle, and Leo is always looking out for everybody. And Leo is always like, I'm saying, it depends on how mature Leo is. But a relatively mature Leo, he's just trying to move forward, and he really is looking out for everybody and stuff like that. That's why he's the king of the jungle. But people just go, oh, he's a Leo, and I'm not listening to Leo. Oh, yeah, he's just arrogant and all that, and they just looking for a fight or something, and they're not even trying to reason to see if what he's saying is beneficial. They really don't care. So you got to know all this so that you can always move forward and be productive and don't be pulled back by anybody's BS, including your own. Because you really got to work on yourself, but you can't be responsible for everybody around you. So they're saying like Saturn retrograde is really trying to force Leo to slow down and learn how to work with people and motivate people instead of just coming in like being bossy or I'll do it myself. And I mean each case is different because it's a good way to be that way, you know, but you just got to be careful because even in the Bible, Joseph was like that. Joseph was ready to go for God, but nobody else was. His brothers wasn't. Nobody else was. And it got so bad that they actually tried to kill their own brother, tried to get rid of him. So you got to know the circumstance you're in. If these people seem like you can communicate with them and kind of motivate them, then maybe you'll go for that. But if not, you know, you got to move ahead, and still things have got to get done. And one thing I learned, you don't have a whole lot of time for procrastination, because while you're waiting for these people to do what they're supposed to, and they're not going to do it, more stuff comes. And now what could have been done, now you got double to do. And then once you start getting frustrated, you start saying, "I don't care," throw your hands up. Who's going to do it? And some of these people, like, everybody's not a good cleaner and stuff. So even if the person says, "Oh, all right, he's not gonna do it, I'll go ahead and do it," they're gonna do a horrible job. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've seen all this. So sometimes it's just better get that moved on and keep it moving. Like I said, at the bottom line, whatever you're reading, if it's defeating common sense, don't do it. If it's defeating common sense, I don't care who told you. I don't care where you read it. Don't do it. Do what's best for common sense. Can keep moving on. And like I said, how I work now, and like anybody that cleans, you know how it is. You'll just clean something, and the moment you clean it, somebody's gonna spill something and knock it over. You've seen that. Or you mop, as soon as you mop the floor, now somebody's gonna come walking on the floor. You've seen that. So you know the planet you're on. You know Murphy's Law is big on this planet. Anything that can happen will. So you already got to know all this. So this is why in a normal idealistic world, you could get up at a set time, clean up, even though you did all the work. But at least everything's clean now, and the lazy people can do what they want to, because you don't feel like being bothered. But that's not a perfect. In this world, the earlier you get up to clean up and get it all nice and good, the more they're gonna come in and just knock it all out. Boom, boom, boom. Like anybody, especially people who watch kids or adults that act like children, because you can almost hear it going throughout the house. Let's say you got up early, 6 a.m., clean up your whole house. You cleaned up four rooms or 5 rooms. Soon as them people get up, you're gonna start hearing the whatever you call it, the chaos going through the 4 rooms or whatever. You know. So that's how it is. So you already got to know that, and that's why I said I'm a different person. Like I don't drive myself crazy. Like oh the dirty people ain't here. Let me do a great job of cleaning. The dirty people are here. Let me just do a touch up, because they just gonna f it up as soon as I do it. And I've seen it too many times. So you gotta use a little common sense and be wise, because what you get is in this life you get a lot of idealism. Everybody's writing about the perfect way to do everything, but everything's not perfect. And even out here on YouTube, that's why it's thousands and 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 thousand videos on twin flames. Now, if it was really working, would you need that? Like, do you go to the gas station 1,000 now in the daytime, 1,000 times? No. So anything else in life, you address the situation, correct it, and keep it moving. But when you're dealing with twin flames, anything with relationships and stuff like that, the videos are endless. I'm sure as I'm speaking, tons and tons of more twin flame videos are dropping on YouTube. So that's obviously not the right approach, because you shouldn't need that video. Videos address a problem if you're solving it. You only need that type of videos if people are groupies. They're like some type of twin flame on groupies, or like idolatry or something. They're obsessed with it, and even when they get all this videos, they still got twin flame issues and stuff. So that's my point. You gotta know when to roll, when to fold, and you can't worry about other grown adults and stuff. If they don't want to clean, it's nothing you're gonna be able to do to make them. And all you can do is you're gonna get yourself caught up in arguments and all kind of silly stuff, because you're gonna be mad at them, and they still gonna they're gonna be what they're gonna be. And sometimes you argue, and then they're still clean. But then within a week, it's almost like it's back to arguing again. So you got to know all that for your own sanity and your own morale. And unfortunately, sometimes you need a Leo to get shit done. You need somebody's going to take control or be pushy or whatever. So you got to know the circumstances, so you don't waste a whole lot of time. Because otherwise, you're gonna put all that time in listening to this advisory, and then time gonna go by, and you're gonna say, you know what, I shouldn't have did that. I should have really took charge of that and got it done. Because now look at it now. right. So before we go back to what it was, Astrology King, now we're going to try to look at Leo on the ninth house crust, or Leo on the ninth house. And he didn't even write a whole lot. All right, so let's go to Jerry Nasan, the ninth house, because she wrote a lot, and we'll use it whenever is applicable. And give me a minute because I had to put this on a rich tech word pad, kind of rich tech or whatever you want to call it, rich tech. So now I got to take it off of there and put it on a word pad. And so she said December 1st, 2019, but I'm sure she wrote this a long time ago. I've been dealing with Terry Nasan for years, and I'm sure this is probably stuff she wrote a long time ago. All right, give me a second, first. Waiting for this word pad to open up. There we go. And I just gotta make sure I copied everything. Right, ninth house is ruled by Sagittarius. Sagittarius is ruled by planet Jupiter. So this house is about learning, interest and desire. It can still deal with good fortune, your belief system, ruling and expansion, because that's what Jupiter is all about. Foreign, anything long distance, even your in-laws. It also deals with higher courts, higher law, cultures, philosophy. Your ability to learn and share information, educational background. But again, this would be like higher education, professional licensing. And like she said, all aspects of the law, official sanctions, ceremonial laws, mandates, legalities, and the inner workings of the law and government. Now, right opposite that, the third house is ruled by Gemini, and Gemini is ruled by Mercury, and so is Virgo, ruled by Mercury. Now, in the third house will rule thinking, influencing, communication, multitasking, creativity, young people, like really young people, real young people, and maybe even educational for them. And the third house also deals with the brotherhood. Now the ninth house deals with community, a large community. The ninth house deals with like technology, but so does Aquarius. Because you notice her Aquarius, she's got that little triangle Aquarius is in there. There's Aquarius, which is the people. That's where they get the word community from as well. But both Aquarius and Sagittarius use technology. So it says courageous acts of moral change, but again, that would be an Aquarius issue too. See, Sagittarius and Aquarius are a lot alike because they both like their freedom, but it's just that a Sagittarius is more like a cultured, like class. Like, oh, that person has a lot of class. So the Sagittarius would almost be like a teacher or a higher teacher or an experienced teacher or a master teacher, whereas Aquarius would represent the community that is teaching over or the community that's benefiting from. So this is what you're saying about this child. So the ninth house could be courageous acts or moral change. So in the ninth house, you're gonna have your belief system, principles, religious outlook, personal philosophy, ethics. Now, a lot of people didn't know, but they said karma is here too. Karma, fate, destiny. Now, I didn't really look at the ninth house as karma, fate, destiny, because a lot of that stuff is really the eighth house, especially if the eighth house has a vertex cross. But now they're telling you that it is. And they say in your spirituality, your view of God. And then she said, again, your ability to influence groups of people through writings and publishing, because the third house and the ninth house are both writing and publishing. Good fortune can be here as well. And they say they encourage people to think positive. I've been hearing that a lot. Like a lot of people say, oh, you gotta have positive affirmations. Like I'm a money magnet and money will be drawn to me. So they're kind of saying if you do that, it'll help your ninth house as well, staying optimistic. But that's why I just got finished saying. Now, if you think about what I try to tell you, that's why you can't get caught up. If you got people around you that are lazy, they're not gonna clean and all that, you're killing yourself dealing with these people. And like I said, believe me, I've been doing this like as far as coming out and trying to work with people and all that. I've been doing that since like the early 1990s. That's 30 something years ago. And I've learned, some things you can't work with people. You just gotta keep it moving. So I make sure I try to help out as much because I'm always helping out somewhere. I try to help out, try to donate when I got it to like people need food or anything they need. It's a real need. I try to do stuff like that, and then I try to help out where I can. But I'm always one of the biggest questions I always ask is the energy. What energy am I around? Like I'm not going into a religion that got a fake Bible. Okay, because it's not gonna be godly because you got a fake Bible. That's like disrespecting God in the face. Nor am I dealing with people who are gonna doubt who the Messiah is or what he is that I'm not doing that either. You know what I'm saying? That's what I did in the early 90s and stuff like that. So all that fake stuff I stay away from because what you're going to get is some of those people will be sincere, nice people, but still their religious beliefs are based on falsehood. And then some of those people are just downright phony. And you can get that wherever you go. So I'm all about my energy. I'm all about who I'm around and stuff like that. Because again, you're just one person. You can't do everything. And some people really believe that. They really think they're going to change the world. But generally, this world is going to do what it's going to do. You might change some aspects of it. But even Solomon said, the way this world is, he said in the book of Ecclesiastes, even if you did change it, how do you know that when you die and go and somebody don't change it right back? So that means you might have spent 30 or 40 years changing something on this planet. And then like a few years after you're dead, it gets changed right back to what it was. So you got to learn how to think. And that's why like Messiah said each day, glorify him each day. So wherever you're at, as long as you glorify Messiah and doing the best you can, wherever you're at, you're good to go. Now you could put on all that other stuff if you want to, and that's your business. Or you might motivate. You might be a parent, motivate. That's your business. Or your kids might get pushed or something. My parent motivated me, but that's their business. But at the end of the day, if you're moving forward and you're not caught up in all this stuff, that's like kind of, in my opinion, non-productive and self-destructive, then that's on you. And a lot of people go to early grades because they do the opposite of what I just said. And some people don't learn. So that's why I go out of my way to try to teach people to consistently move forward each day. So that's what they're talking about, good fortune through positive thinking and attitude. So now they say any planet in a house will either strengthen or weaken it. So when you see the ninth house on your natal chart, it is the realm of the abstract mind, of intuition and inspiration, dreams and visions. It's an index to one's reaction to philosophy, success, and religion, and it has a sense of responsibility towards relatives. So that's another one for the ninth house. It says a sense of responsibility to the relatives, but usually they always say like the in-laws. But now we're gonna say because she said it, relatives. But I would say relatives and in-laws. But now they're saying she's saying by in-law. She's saying a sense of your responsibility towards in-laws by blood or in-laws. So she changed that a little bit. From this arc, inference arc down concerning grandchildren, especially those of his brother and his sister-in-law. The probability of distant travel, timing, nature, and results. The faith and nature of imports and exports, the ultimate result. So that's the first time I heard that. And now it's in the ninth house is about your blood laws as well as your in-laws. That's interesting. Because you do see Cancer up in there a lot. And I used to always see that. And I would say, oh, why is Cancer in the ninth house so much? Are they always talking about the in-laws? But now you're saying that they know they are talking about family. And I think I kind of assumed that was that. Because it would be, Cancer would just be in the ninth house way too much if it was just in-laws. So now you know. So you got grandchildren, especially those of his brother and his sister-in-law, probability of distance travel, timing, nature, and results, the fate and nature of imports, exports, ultimate results of long-range advertising, worldwide contracts, and mental adjustments to racial ideas. I didn't even know all that was in the ninth house. With an author, it's the works from the standpoint of publication. This could be long distance passenger and freight transportation, by sea or over sea, air and land, religion and clergy, judges and courts of law, the educated classes, universities, institutes, higher learning, administrative and teaching personnel, philosophic and scientific societies and intuitions, and their publications. All facilities designed to meet the public demand in education, religion, transportation, communication. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as distinguished from immigration, weather conditioning along the coast, incoming storms, a process of information or process or formation, observe a distinction between the public's attitude toward the press, as indicated by the third house. So once they start talking like this, this could be surveys, poll taking, and I'm sure the ninth house also deals with politics. It could be the Secretary of State as a government official, those who control or govern reading, writing, and traveling habits of the public, in an organization, advertising department, long distance communication, results of mail order campaigning, relationship with educational institutions, publications, professional consultant, publicity and public relations, officials distinguished from their departments. All right, because as you can see, she really gave a lot. But like I said, it's higher court, higher law, in-laws, religion, philosophy, belief system, long distance travel, culture, class, art. In some ways, the ninth house is like a Venus, has a Venus appeal to it. Culture, art, class, beauty. All right, so we got what the ninth house is. So now Leo in the ninth house, like I said, Leo's gonna come like from having fun. Might be a person who loves to travel fun. Leo's gonna be somewhat of a leader, but Leo can also be somewhat childish, but he likes to have fun. Can try to be somewhat bossy. It just depends. Can be egotistical. Again, it depends. And they tell Leo to be careful in the ninth house because Leo in the ninth house might make the mistake of talking down on other people. So Leo's got to learn not to talk down on other people, because that, of course, can cause problems and divide people from working with you. And they seem like this whole thing we're reading now with the retrograde is to help Leo to learn how to work with people and not just walk in feeling like, oh, I have to do everything by myself, or these people not on my level, or I don't got time for this foolishness. So Leo's got to learn how to work with them. But my point is, that's fine. But if they're not gonna work, then you gotta do what you gotta do, because you can have people holding you back and shit like that. And we just live in a funny world, because they're kind of like blame you. The one person wants to get the job done, but he'll have no support. And then when it comes time for blame, they'll blame it on him. And he'll take the fault. And I see this shit all the time. It's like I honestly believe people sit here and write this shit. Cause I be saying shit, I be like, man, somebody got to be writing this shit. Cause I've never seen no crazy shit in my life like this. So you just got to be careful. And a lot of times you think you're reporting something to the right people, the right authority to get it, and then everything gets worse. You be like, man, I shouldn't even brought that stuff up. So you gotta try to figure it out before you take any action. Because once you take those actions, you might have just shot yourself in the foot. All right. So again, Saturn retrograde might be saying, well, it was lazy, or you weren't disciplined, or you didn't work through the system. This person, but it could have been somebody that just got up and did it. Because what they're trying to do with Saturn and retrograde and Leo in the ninth house, they're trying to make you work through the system, work with the people. Don't take a, oh, woe is me type approach. Don't take approach. It's not going to get done if I don't do it. Oh, these people lazy, they're not going to do it. So they would rather see you try to work with these people, whatever else. And I know people, because I used to do that too. I know people that will do it, work with it, just to see the process fail, so that once the process fails, they never do it again. And I used to do that too, because you would do it the way that was supposed to suggest it, and all hell would break loose on you and shit. And then I would just go, I would do it that first time, and after I would never do it again. But I just wanted documentation. Because like I said, me, I'm a little bit different. Like, I know God watches everything, God sees everything. So I'm gonna say, well, this is why I don't do that, and I'm ahead of whatever. And you'd be surprised, because I've been through a lot of major decisions through humans or court, and once I showed them and I did do it the way that was suggested, it ain't work. It went a little easier and shit. Cause it ain't like I just made my own shit up. So they say you got to be careful with Saturn retrograde, because here you might be trying to fight authority, or fighting parents. There might even be issues of disrespect. And again, because Leo is like that. Leo, if Leo thinks they're right, they're not backing down. And Leo will be. They'll be ready. Like, they'll be ready. Have you ever seen like the kid to get loud with their parent and shit? Like, the parent will say something, the kid will think they're right, or the kid just ain't trying to hear it, and the kid will actually get loud with the parent. And like, I'm from the old days. You get smack your ass across the room or something. But that's what they're warning about in the ninth house. So they're saying this Leo really has to learn how to work with the program in the ninth house under a Saturn retrograde. All right, so that's it in the natal. So now we're gonna do it again. Now we're gonna go. Let me see. All right, we'll get rid of this. So the two social planets are Saturn and Jupiter, and those three charts I did recently, we talked all about that, the connection between Saturn and Jupiter. Because believe it or not, both of them are fathers in the universe, and they both teach. Well, Jupiter helps out from the level of a father, but the real lesson teachers are Saturn and Pluto, and Pluto's kind of like a father too. So Jupiter's a social planet, Saturn's a social planet, and that's why they're trying to force you to how to work along with the team and stuff. So Saturn is always going to slow things down on your chart, but when it's a retrograde, it's a tough taskmaster. So it can cause you to work harder, longer. And you gotta learn how to do stuff right the first time. No shortcuts. And it tells you to take time to do things right. And again, you gotta be real careful. Cause like I said, when you're working around people and they can see you're a good worker, you're a good person, and they just try to suck your energy. Like you do try to work with them, like you try to obey the rules, but that's how you get your shit even worse. You be better off just like I said, doing you and keeping it moving, because you just got a lot of people trying to suck off your energy and stuff like that. And like it's kind of weird to me. It's almost like you're being forced to fight. You know what I'm saying? Even though you really don't have to, because you don't need none of these people. It reminds me of Ice Cube when Ice Cube was with NWA. Ice Cube was way more talented. He could write. He was a lyricist. He could spit. He was a rhymer. Easy E couldn't write. He didn't write his own rhymes. Ice Cube did. And Dre wasn't a rapper back then. Dre can't write no rhymes either. He's a good producer though. He's good with music. So you got all these people around you that are sucking off of you. You know what I'm saying? That's why he's had dropped the whatever he said about him. I dropped or whatever. Got rid of the cargo. Some junk Ice Cube said when he finally got out the group. So you gotta really think about stuff like that, because what you're getting is a bunch of ideals that are not gonna work in your favor. Because, oh, you know, I read it here, or the Bible says, and you conform and you get played out. And I'm saying that's why all these people get molested and stuff, because somebody make them think like that. Oh, I gotta obey. Oh, I don't want to cause any problems. So I've learned, like I said, how I do it, because I went through the same stuff. I got bullied and stuff because I was following idealism. That was 1980s, 1990s. But after I got smacked around and learned. Because remember, Saturn retrograde can also, you know, hit you with reality. But now I realize I don't do none of that crap no more. Like who are you? What's up? What's everybody's role? What's my role supposed to be? How is this mutual for everybody? Because I'm not giving everybody all my stuff. And like I said, once I met the Archangels in 2014 and between 2014 and 2016, they taught me a whole lot of stuff too. So you learn a whole lot of stuff, and that's why I said the Bible is written in such a way to make you think from a higher frequency, a higher perspective. But then you got to take all that information you brought in and add reality to it, because otherwise you will go through life pretty much being a sucker. And and I hope it doesn't get bad for people. But I think a lot of people, it does get bad for them because they've been taught some BS that really don't work in the real world. I mean, I'm talking about like where you got to do everything and talking about you got to work with all these people. Why you got to, you know what I'm saying? Why you got to be the one to work with all these people? Don't they want to get up on their own? Ain't these grown adults? So so I don't, like I said, I move totally different than I did in the 1980s and 90s. All that BS taught me a lot. And like I said, the first time I said, is that a grown adult? Then why the hell do I have to teach any grown adult to be a grown adult? That's something they should have wanted to do. So unless that person has some type of handicap or some shit like that, like don't come to me with no grown adult shit. I got my own problem. Now, in the 1980s, I probably would have been out there. I'll help you. Oh, praise Jesus. I would have been out there. Now I'm like, nah. Why? So you wise up. And there's nothing wrong with that because you shouldn't be stupid. And there's tons of scriptures in the Bible that tell you you don't have to be doing somebody else's stuff. They can do it themselves. How are they going to learn if you're doing their work for them? So you got to really know, like the Bible says, you got to know how to use them scriptures right, because if not, you're going to get played out by them. So when you see a Saturn retrograde, this is maybe a person that has some type of trouble with authorities. But they say if this person is working on legal matters, and remember, this is a legal house. The ninth house is a legal house. Such as contracts or deals, they might get delayed. Deadlines may be extended even longer. But they say you might find yourself working on something that you thought was already complete. So if I hear this, I'm going to make a note about that. Whenever we work on anything concerning this person, like an agreement or a contract or whatever, make sure you got it and make sure you keep everything together. Because when it goes back to time to pull it out, you're not going to be able to find it. You're gonna see that it wasn't done or wasn't fully complete, or whatever they needed from you. You didn't get all the information. I mean, because it's going to get tricky. This is all universal stuff. So somebody might tell you, okay, here's all the paperwork. And you say, oh yeah, you sure? Yeah, I counted each one. It's all the paperwork. But then when it comes time to hand it in, they say, oh, you're missing three or four sheets. Well, so and so told me this was all. She doesn't remember saying that, because I've seen all this shit, and that's why they're writing about it, because this is the universe. See, the more you're here, the more you realize this is some type of whatever, just to put you through a whole lot of stuff. And it's like Mechalesi calls it the quarantine. She used to call it the quarantine. But you're here for a reason. There's a whole lot of games and trickery that are going on right in front of you. And the more you learn, the less you'll be victimized and stuff. Because a lot of these people that get victimized, that's why, because they were still trusting in this system some type of way. They didn't really realize what it was. So if Saturn retrograde is in your natal chart, you may always be in conflict with authority. You may feel persecuted by your boss or upper management. And this is also parents. Or you may abuse your own authority or position. You have difficulty in setting limitations or determining the limits of others around you. You may have a problem with voicing your opinions to those in authority, therefore allowing yourself to be victimized. Patience will also be a lesson. So this person will either be in some type of confrontation with authority, or they might not speak up, which means they become victimized even more. So Saturn retrograde can mean either you're the bully, or you're being bullied, or you're just fighting against. Like, I don't know if she has a Uranus retrograde because I'm not looking at her chart right now, but a lot of times Uranus retrograde is like that too. It's about like a revolutionary and all that. So they say in a past lifetime, this person may have had abusive situations, either as a victim or the abuser. But they may have been a prisoner, they may have been enslaved, or they may have been an abusive ruler themselves. And also, these type of people can be immensely impatient. And the reason why they're doing that, they're looking for an easy way out of being abused or having any pressure put on them. And they say this type of person may make the another person do the most simplest task. So this person, unless they have to learn with Saturn retrograde, is learn a lesson of patience and to hold themselves accountable and other people accountable as well. And they have to learn how to constructively voice their concerns. And they'll find out, because now that they voice their concerns, that people don't bully them as much or take advantage of them as much, because now they're learning how to talk and hold their own. But however you got to do it, even you got to get somebody to help you with to talk. But you can't let these people run all over top of you. They say once you do that, you will end the cycle of victimization. And you got to learn to hold yourself accountable so that you're not bullying someone else. Now I want to go back because Jamie King, not Jamie, well, whatever his name is, I think his name is Jamie Nova or something. I forget. All right, here we go. So again, it's saying what this is astrologyking.com. Saturn retrograde can mean that due to illness, immaturity, or disrespect, you may have neglected looking after your loved ones. You may have failed to earn a living to support your family. You may have even run out on your partner and children. So now in this life, they're going to give you lessons that require extra effort to pay back the karmic debt. And they said if you don't learn a lesson, you're going to go through this difficult cycle again. So Satan or Saturn wants you to be disciplined, responsible, stable, respectful, and reliable. Saturn will be trying to make you emotionally strong, or this whoever this natal chart is, emotionally strong and physically strong, enough to endure the hardships of life, to take responsibility for yourself and for your family. And they say this might have been an ongoing problem for this person through many incarnations. But you see it out here. You see what we do because we tell these people what's on the chart and we tell them what they need to work on, and then a lot of them don't. And that's why you're gonna be doing that shit again. I mean, stuff I was doing. Once something said to me, if you keep doing that, you have to repeat it. I said, man, I'm never coming back to this planet. I shaped up. So they say, especially during Saturn retrogrades, this person will continue to find themselves in situations that we're talking about. So during a Saturn retrograde, this person might even just experience different types of limitations. So this person might get hit with a lot of like responsibilities and stuff. Because they told you Saturn retrograde is a tough taskmaster. Tough taskmaster. All right. Now, it can also mean abuse. And as you see, it's 24 degrees, which is a return. So in this ninth house, you just got to keep an eye on your paperwork and keep them somewhere that you can assess it relatively easy. And you also got to make sure that you're astrologically up to par on where you should be so that you don't get caught up on other stuff, which is just distractions. Like I said, it's two fire signs there. So you can kind of, Leo's a fire sign and it's in the ninth house, which is ruled by Sagittarius. So that's a fire sign. So be very careful with that as far as being bullied. So that's that, and that can also be a teacher in the ninth house, but it's definitely going to be some form of publishing as well. So now we did that's your ninth house. Now you can go to your first house, and there you have it. But you're going to be getting good fortune because Jupiter's right there at 6 degrees. And 6 degrees is Venus energy. But it could also be the Lover's card. The Lover's card is about doubt. But you'll see as that time goes on. And then the next card. Now remember, the first house is ruled by Aries. And Aries is ruled by Mars. And Mars is right there. And again, they're both fire signs. And Mars is coming at 12 degrees, which is Neptune energy. And ironically, when you go to the 12th house, which is ruled by Neptune, you got Scorpio right there. Mars used to rule Scorpio. So it's a lot of intense emotion. And then there's that mystical number 23. Pluto is called the Transformer at 26 degrees. 26 degrees is like the word of God or somebody quoting the Bible or something like that. And remember, Sagittarius is your belief system, and so is Jupiter. So this is like a transformative transformation based on a person's belief system. Now, second house became a career house, even though the second house is supposed to be money, finances. And that is your sun sign at 2 degrees. 2 degrees is the High Priestess card, which is usually a moon card, but this time they made it a sun card, kind of. So that's still a divine feminine, divine masculine, and that 28 is just extreme, like not really balanced, and that could be for financial reasons. Because even in that house, you got Venus at 16 degrees, which is still Mars. She has like more, like I said, women are from women are from men are from Mars, women are from Venus. So you kind of got that going on. It's not really balanced. And so this person has that second degree in these pants, and he been going back and forth. So he's kind of got. Well, I'm saying she's kind of got charisma and money matters. For whatever reason, maybe when she was younger, somebody kind of made her really take it seriously. And then you have Venus at 16. So that's Mars, Venus energy, and that could definitely be intensity, but it could also be sexual. It just depends. And then she goes right into Palace, which is extreme, 28 degrees. So with Mars and Palace, it's kind of like almost implying some form of extremity. Then third house is publishing, but it's for like the masses or the people. And it's probably going to use technology to do it. And you got Chiron healing there with number 7. And that again is that's a Cancer card, the Chariot card. And then number 14 is Sagittarius energy. Let me see. And then they got in the same house they got 17, which is Aquarius energy. One. Fourth house Aquarius. Now this is like a traveling. This would be like a traveling house. Well, yeah, because wherever they are, that's considered family. And that's healing for that person. Heaven for it. All right, now you got the moon in Aquarius at 21 degrees. 21 again is a world card, which is still Saturn energy. All right. So where Aquarius is, that's actually the third house. So that's still about communication and stuff, but it's still about the community. And then the fourth house is family, and it's quite spiritual, inspiration. All right. So like I said, in the third house, Neptune in the third house. But like I said, this person is going to be in like the news or entertainment sector, because Neptune has to do with the media and stuff like that. It's also, it could be, it deals with religion too, but it just deals with belief patterns and stuff like that, especially in the third house. And 17 is a star card, Aquarius energy, which means hope, and you got Aquarius right there. And I believe that's the moon, 21 degrees. 12, 21 degrees, 12 minutes it looks like. Oh no, 13 minutes. So that's still Scorpio energy, and 13 is the death card. And you got the moon, 21 degrees, which is going to be very karmic as Saturn. All right. So that 20 it look like yeah, 28 degrees. Curious. All right. So once again, fourth house, spiritual. And the reason why that curious is the mother, like that's the nurturing. That asteroid looks like a pirate's hand, the hook, but that's in the third house and 28. So it's too much. It's too much. Like she just cares about like the community and stuff like that, but she cares too much. And sometimes that's how they get in trouble the first time, caring too much. And sometimes when they realize they got like a karmic debt, they try to they you know what I'm saying? They're too intense on trying to change it, which only causes more problems. Because you may be dealing with somebody who just wants to take advantage of you. All right. So now Uranus at 11 degrees. That could either be the Strength card, which is Leo energy. It's a twin flame card, male and female, or it could be the Justice card, which is Libra energy. And then they give you the 18 again, which is still the moon card is 18. So this person will deal with a lot of like doubt, and will deal with their belief system. I'll be right with y'all. Right, so True North Node, that's your life purpose. Her life purpose is going to be that inspirational list. Could be spiritual, definitely inspirational. And it's also like connected to a family, because that's the fourth house of family. And that's also the education house. So teenage to adult education, land, property, real estate, ancestors. So she might even study and teach courses on that. Family and ancestors. The mother, who is the moon, who is Moon Coeli. And that's karmic too. See that 21 degrees? That's the world card. That's Saturn. But that's also about karmic, and it's also about endings. And you got the 13, which could be the death card. And that's Scorpio energy. Now when you go to her 12th house, look what's there. Scorpio and Vesta. Now, we got to be careful there, because that death card is Scorpio energy. So that could be it's almost like Lilith in this house. So it could be some type of mother daughter concerns. Could be some type of good girl bad girl concerns. And a lot of times when you see Lilith like in the fourth house, it's also gonna have something to do with like it could be like sexual, could almost be like the whore. Only because if you look into the 12th house, then you got Scorpio, which is highly sexual, and Vesta can also be very sexual. But the uniqueness about it is the unique. If Vesta can be, yeah, it could be a priestess or a sexual. But see, in Vesta in the 12th house is implying incarceration, and then it has 9 degrees, which is Hermit, and the Hermit card is also a form of aloofness or incarceration. But a hermit will go out in public, but he has his own way of thinking. But other than that, he's just like the hangman, and the hangman would be Neptune energy, which rules the 12th house. So there's definitely something going on in this fourth house between the mother, child, or whatever it might be, and it could go legal, or even like a isolation when somebody holds it all in, a form of repression. Because remember, the moon is also about secrets and your internal, but it's like the feminine side, and that could also mean that the mom's was the one that inspired her. It could also mean that too. Now let's go back. So that mother, that moon, is in the third house. So that takes on a whole different connotation, and it's still got a mother influence, but it's more attuned with the people, friends, association, groups. So going back to the third house, you want to go right to the 11th house, because Aquarius rules the 11th house. And now you see like a relationship. You even see Juno. So whatever she has going on in her third house will also have bearings on her 11th house. But she has to be careful because both the moon can fog your emotions and Neptune is a deceiver. And that 17 is a karmic. Could be karmic, just like that 21 could be karmic. But 17 is also connected with the Magi priest. Because she has that priestess vibe on her chart. And that could be a past life, like I keep saying. Because when we say past life, it could be many past lives. And ironically, because a lot of priestess are abused, because it goes back to that Saturn retrograde. And then Vesta don't like abuse. So that 17 is Aquarius energy as well. So it is healing in the third house, but that's because she's kind of like helping the community, and she's a teacher, teaching or radio, publicizing anything with publication, writer. And so that 21 degrees is still Saturn energy. It's still karmic. It has to do with endings. And 13 could be the death card too. But it is in the third house, not the fourth. And the third house can also be young ones. So you just want to be aware of that. Because any of those interpretations can be true. And the death card always means it's the end of something. And even a 21, see that the 21 is the world card, and that's Saturn, and that means the end of something, and that's also karmic. So it might be some type of karmic ending in relation to what I said about the third house. But what's unique about it, the third house really takes you to her 11th house, ruled by Aquarius, and that it looks good, but it does got Lilith. Ooh, and Lilith could be the mother too. So we're not going to do that 11th house yet. We're going to wait. And like I said, of course, it also means that this person is inspired by their mom as well. And ironic that Chiron is 7 degrees. See, that's that Chiron is 7 degrees is 7 degrees is the Cancer card, Cancer energy, but it's also the Mother card as well. Cancer card means something's coming to you kind of quick. The Cancer is a Chariot card, but it's still a Cancer energy, which can still be Imon Coeli of the Mother. And then right with that you got 14, which is Sagittarius energy. That's Temperance, which means internal change. And that would take you back to where the ascendant is. So you can tell this is a belief system. It's a belief system, but it's really active. like very active with that belief system. And even if you notice the Mars is 12 degrees, because 12 degrees, like I said, that's the hangman card. But this is just a person kind of aggressive, but they have their own way of thinking. Because the hangman, he's just going by what is, it's all internal. See, when you see stuff like 12 degrees, hangman, the moon, these are internal. And even like I said, Virgo is internal too. But Virgo will go out in public. So this person has what looks like a lot of kind of like 12 house energy. And that's kind of like holding it all in. And Mars in the first house, because the first house is already aggressive because of Aries. Aries rules the house. So Mars rules Aries. So this is going to be a form of aggression. And that 24 degrees is, like I said, it's a return, but it is communicating. So in the first house, this person is not really afraid to speak on what they believe. But it just seems to me like they kind of know how to hide stuff too. Like they can be a public person with no problem, but they also hide stuff as well. Now whether that stuff has to do with past life or stuff like that, but it's kind of, you can see it. And then when you see number 17, Neptune is 17 degrees. That 17 degrees means internal changes. That's that. No, I'll take that back. Let me find what that 14 was. All right, with the Chiron, the 14 means internal changes. That's Sagittarius, and you see that in the first house. And then you got Pluto in the first house. But like I said, that number 26 is the word of God. So whether that's somebody changing because of the biblical beliefs or somebody motivating them, but it's all that is changing based on belief patterns. So that moon in the third house with Aquarius is linked to that Lilith at 29 degrees in the 11th house. So there might be some type of issues with that, and it looks like it's gonna kind of it looks like it's gonna be like this female is gonna find herself with the friends, association groups, the community of people she inspires or teaches or speaks to, and she might have a relationship going on with that because you see Lilith, you see good fortune, and good fortune is a lot like Jupiter and Sagittarius, and then it's kind of like a serious relationship, but then it just looks like that Lilith could still be the mother. Like it might be a form of dismay, and I'm just going by the numerology and stuff like that. Now in the fourth house, like I said, it's inspirational, nurturing, but it's too much nurturing with the 28 degrees, and that could be the person whose natal chart this is, but it could also be the parent. And Uranus is something that comes out of nowhere. But once again, it's 11 degrees, like I said. And you don't know if that's a strength card, Leo energy, or is that the justice card? Well, yeah, you do know it. It is the justice card because Uranus rules Aquarius. So when you go to where Aquarius rules the 11th house, when you go there, you see again the mother. And remember, the 4th house is always going to be the mother because that's Daimon Coeli. So there's definitely something intense regarding the mother. And then that's her true north node at 19 degrees, which is the sun. And if you go right back to her first house, there's the sun. And then 14 degrees, which is Sagittarius energy. And when you go back to her first house, you see Sagittarius. So all that stuff I read about in Sagittarius, you can see it as well. And sometime that could be, like I said, could be in-laws. Like now we learn it could also be relatives, but it could be in-laws and relatives. But either way, it looks like it's going to be something. You know, even when Mars there and stuff, it looks like it's going to be something. So I would just tell somebody, just be careful, don't get too caught up in your child's stuff, especially if you see it getting intense, because it's implying a demise, like a mother demise. And let me just do this as well. All right, so we really gonna look at this Lilith. So the moon can cause things to become low, like feelings. Could cause a person to show their cold side, and it could cause doubt or negative behaviors. So you got to make sure you don't project that onto your child, be wittingly or unknowingly. Because even sometimes people think they're protecting the child, but it's like actually doing damage. And with Lilith, and remember this is Lilith in. See, I'm just gonna try to explain it to you. It's the same energy. So you got Moon Lilith stuff going on, and it is affecting Libra, but your Libra, the Libra's in the 11th house. So that's why I'm doing it this way. But again, it says Lilith in the 11th. I believe we're reading that right now, and we are. So Lilith in the 11th can complicate an individual's group activity, making it uneasy to express when among a lot of people. It may be connected with disharmonic memories, the person has from how he was treated and groups during his childhood. He may have felt hate, malice, or jealousy from other kids at school, might have been a scapegoat, and we already dealt with that with Saturn retrograde. So this person may have been the alien or the rejected one. So when this person gets older, this is still going floating around in their subconscious. So this person may try to take on symbolic revenge at a different time. So they say the 11th house is the realm of Uranus and Aquarius. Then you see, as you see, you got Uranus in the 4th house, 11 degrees, which is like I said, Libra energy, Justice card, and then 18 degrees, which is the Moon. And we're talking about Aquarius, which is right there, and you got the Moon right there with Neptune. So Lilith in the 7th house is going to try to be different and unique. And they're saying this could be provocative. And that's what I was trying to tell you about the 12th house. Because depending on what's going on, Vesta can be really spiritual and a priestess, but she can also be wild. But Vesta in the 12th house usually means some type of confinement. But you also got Scorpio there, and Scorpio's off the hook. Scorpio's very extreme, very watery, power struggles. And you got the free report. You can check that. I'm pretty sure I read it on your chart before, the other chart you gave me. The other chart you ordered, I should say. So again, they saying this person with Lilith in the 11th house can be a weird subculture, and you'll see it in their clothing, their music, their lifestyle. And they said this style could be definitely absurd for the average person, and they'll see the native as awkward or weird. So under those circumstances, a Lilith in the 11th house can be feeling alienated. So this person might not get invited to parties or other collective events. See, what I'm catching is whatever was going on in the third house and fourth house, and that's usually when a person's younger. Third house, fourth house is family. But whatever was going on there is causing a certain thing to happen in the 11th house. And the justices, because you keep saying 11, the justices, Uranus and all that, it's kind of like what goes around comes around. Like it's a song from the 1970s where a child kept wanting to be with their parent, and the parent kept going, "Oh, we'll get together soon, son. We'll get together real soon." Like he kept making up excuses, like can't do it now for this son, can't do that. And then the parent got old, and then the parent wanted the child, who is now an adult, saying, "Oh, come on, child, let's do this, son, let's do this." And then the son sung the exact same stuff back to him. "Oh, we'll do it real soon, son. Father, we'll do it real soon, Dad. You know we'll have a good time then, Dad." So you're kind of seeing that on this chart. And again, the good news about when you see it, if you're aware of it, you can change it. But if you go down to play, but see, the reason why it's scary, because you see like death, but it's kind of aimed at the mother through the numerology and everything. It's like death, and it's like really in that 11th house, and that 11th house is a product of that Uranus and the fourth house. So it's kind of like payback, and it is karmic or it is justice because you got that 11, which is the justice card. So they're saying Lilith in Lilith in the Lilith in the 11th house may be hating these groups, or the groups might hate you. But right now, Lilith in the 11th is looking pretty good because she found love, relationship. That could also be business though, but she also got good fortune, and she also got it in her first house. See, sometimes a person is motivated by a person, and they'll do pretty good because they were like Michael Jackson and Joe Jackson. You know, you're not really gonna like this guy beat you up. He took your childhood from you, big ass bully and shit. But then you're one of the wealthiest people on the planet because of him. And believe me, there's a lot of Lilith for Michael just by some of the stuff he did and how he felt about his father and shit like that. That's a lot of Lilith. Because Lilith can be very vindictive. And she's all about that justice. She's going to get payback. She's just like Scorpio. That's what I'm trying to tell you. She's going to get that payback. So now, her friend may also have Lilith in the 11th house. Because Lilith likes to do things on one-on-one. And they say Lilith will be somewhat of a social outcast. And you kind of see that on this female chart with these 12s and the stuff I was talking about. And some of their friends will have the same kind of feelings like they have like that. I don't know if you guys watch wrestling, but you had Raven and you had the Flock. That was WCW. And they were all about like outsiders and outcasts and stuff. But they were all like mini Ravens and stuff. And Raven was like the leader of the whole group. So these are people that stick with their own kind. They're kind of like outsiders or weirdos. They're not going to tell you what they're really thinking and this and that. And then it says love has a lot of seductive traits. Like I told you, characteristics, thus giving strong sexuality to the individual's friendship. So like in a chart like this, I would tell you, so don't, because sometimes you mean well, but just don't bully the kid, because this kid is gonna get the payback in that 11th house, and that could be anything. That could be gangs. That could be anything in 11th house. Remember that. So they're saying that 11th house will be sexual, but the good news is you got Juno there. Though. Juno's serious. Like Libra and Juno is a good thing. So they're saying Lilith in the 11th house will always be a sexual environment. And they keep saying friendships. Like they said, it'll be more than one person. But according to this chart, they're pretty serious. Because see, that Libra is part of that justice in the 4th house. Like this is payback. It's kind of like when young girls be having babies early. Because they don't get along with their parents or they feel a certain way. So they just have a baby and start having babies. It's kind of like payback. But then they won't feel lonely because now they got a baby. That's kind of like what her that's what her 11th house is. So they say love can cause dark feelings such as jealousy or hate, and it could also lead to betrayals. So a Lilith in the 11th house may be suspicious and possessive with their friends. Like I told you, Lilith can be a lot like Scorpio. And they said if you got Lilith in the 11th house, like if you try to hang out with somebody else, they're going to be pissed off if they're not really involved with it or you didn't tell them or some stuff like that. Or if you ask somebody else first and then ask them, they ain't going to like that shit either. And they say they're kind of paranoid, thinking they're going to lose the person and stuff like that. And they say one thing you better not do with Lilith in the 11th house is have sex with them, because then it's going to be on. And remember, you got Juno there and Libra, so that's somebody definitely going to want some seriousness. They're not going to want no friends with benefits and all that shit. And if they do, they're unique. But typically speaking, Lilith ain't the one that in the 11th house with Libra and Juno. They want it to be kind of like commitment. So this could be a love-hate relationship. And they keep going friends because it's the 11th house. So they're not just naming one person in a relationship. They're saying that this could be like friends with benefits type thing and stuff like that. And they say this type of person will be pathological because they'll kind of adore the person they're with, but they'll also be blaming the person for anything wrong. But what I'm trying to tell you is the mothers, they're blaming their mother too. Like their mother's all of this. And they're also going to try to use that situation to psychologically affect the mother. And he keeps saying it. Now remember, this is astrocodex.com. Lilith in the 11th house said this is going to be a realm of sexual. Well, then now he said it. Group sexual activity. And they say this person can be very promiscuous. So that's why I was telling you, because you see the legal shit. Like you can really see it, like even incarceration. Because once you get into that sexual promiscuity, anything could happen. And then when you see that, good fortune, that's money. So you got to be real careful with that. So, but I still say this revenge. Like if it's how you're doing it in the 3rd and 4th house. If you're doing it the wrong way, then you're gonna pay for it when she gets that at 11th house. And they're telling you, they're basically implying that this is really the result of past life, whatever happened back then. And like, I'm a different person. I'm not gonna sit here and go, oh well, in somebody's past life, that's why it's happening now, because in their past life they, because me, I don't really get down like that. Like I'm like I have my own personal conversations with God. I'm like, don't we keep punishing me for some past life stuff. I'm just a different life. Like what type of junk is that? So but like I said, if you understand how the universe really runs, you can kind of be your own lawyer sometime. Or if you really understand like the power of the Messiah, he can be your lawyer, your mediator. But if you don't know that stuff, that's why a lot of people get caught up in this life, because they don't know the power they have based on like the power of scripture, stuff like that. But you just got to be careful with getting caught up, because this situation can really go bad really quick. And if you're dealing with a young adult, which I think we are, or close to it, close to it. But like Mother Mary was only like 13 or 6. She was between 13 and 16 when she had Jesus. Y'all need to know that. A lot of people get upset when they hear that, but Mother Mary was only like 13 years old, between 13 and 16 when she had Jesus. That's why if you ever go to William Tapley, because he loves Mother Mary. So if you go to Third Eagle Books, William Tapley, he got that one statue of Mary, and she almost looked like a young black girl, and he's always with that statue, because she's real young, like real young girl. But she was really young. So that's why I say you don't want to call them young adults, because they're not young adults if they're only 13, but they're getting there. They're getting there, and that's why you really want to make sure that you're relating to that person in such a way that you're not pushing them, because what you're learning from her chart is um what you're learning from her chart is they've already been victims of abuse in a past life. And again, I'm just assuming it's feminine, because I didn't get any names. I don't know any names. No, I think she did say it. Maybe that's why I'm saying it. Let me look at the paper. Give me 1 second. Yep. So yeah. So it's not that you take it easy, but see, what I learned is you don't necessarily have to take it easy with people either, but you just got to relate to them like humans. You can't like just bully people around. And that's why I said, if it's going to get so crazy that somebody's so lazy and no matter what you do, they're going to keep on being lazy, you got to try a different approach. Because otherwise, all you're going to do, like y'all got to understand what I'm trying to tell you. I see this, like all my life, I've been around people like that. They're not gonna improve. They can go to church. They're not gonna improve. They're gonna do what the fuck they're gonna do. And I had to put that explicit in it, because you need to. Once you realize that, you got to do a different approach. That's why I don't worry about nobody. I get up and do me. And it's not that I'm selfish. I'm very unselfish. I'm a Leo. We love to be generous. But you can't hang around with low vibration, because they're not gonna change. And no matter what you do, they're gonna find a way to keep pulling it down lower. So all you can try to do, pray for people, and you can try to be encouraging in a positive way. But then you have to go your own way. But like I said, I had too much drama around me, and some of these people are blood relatives, and they kept trying to pull me back into something I didn't want nothing to do with, because it was always crazy. And then, like I said, they would start to, go out into the world and meet people, and now some of these people are almost becoming like connected to the family. And then when I meet them, they coming out the mouth saying crazy shit. And I mean, if I just met you and you already talking crazy to me, you ain't gonna see me, because I'm like different. Like I don't play games. I don't play games. I never did. I mean, other than little kiddie stuff like checkerboard or some shit. But I don't play games. Like where I'm from, you get knocked out like easy. It don't take much, because we really disrespect. We don't play that. And it's not trying to be a tough guy. We're the nicest people in the world, but I've been here a long time. I already know how this planet runs. And that's why if you notice certain people, when they walk in a room and stuff like that, everybody go like, ooh. And they know not to mess with him or mess with her, because they know who it is. Like even Whitney Houston from New Jersey. Now she didn't play. She didn't play. Get that camera out of my face. Get that camera. You thought Willie was gonna jump on you, and she probably would have. But you got to remember, when she first came into the world of entertainment, she was a very nice Christian girl, humble, very respectful. Like when you see her when Kevin Costner talk about her, I think that's her name from Bodyguard. When he talk about her, she was so delicate and so innocent. But then she started to learn how people really were, and then you got to do. It wasn't just the drugs. It's just that she knew how people really was. Yep, Kevin Costner. So he was like, she was so delicate and so innocent, and she was. I still remember when I first saw her, and I didn't know her whole story. I just knew she was talented, and you could tell she was different. Like you could tell it was something different about this woman, Whitney Houston, and you had no idea when you first seen her that she would grow to be as big as she was. But she had to learn how to relate to people because people will f you over, run over top of you, and all that. It's like everybody talking about R. Kelly, but I remember when R. Kelly was going to church and was trying to work with the church people, and they was just playing him out because they was trying to worship that man. And like at the end of the day, just because somebody's famous don't mean that they ever change. Like he was still R. Kelly, he was still Robert and shit. So in his mind, he thought it was weird. I'm coming to church to learn God, and these people are trying to worship me. And then everybody was trying to get something from him for free. So that's why people don't take none of this stuff into consideration. They just go, oh, R. Kelly did this, R. Kelly did that. So you got to know when to make boundaries, and that's another thing with Saturn retrograde. These people don't know how to make boundaries a lot of times, and they let people victimize them and run over top of them because they don't know how to say no. And even if they get violated, even after that, they don't necessarily know to go tell somebody. That's the whole thing. So if anybody was listening when I was talking about Saturn retrograde, I was talking about victimization. And like I said on the other chart, sometimes that's a father or somebody that's abusive. So you don't want to add to that fire, but at the same time, all you can do is encourage that person. But you can't let that person pull you back into whatever mess they're gonna get into. Because some people are not going to say, "Oh, Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. Oh, it changed my whole life. Oh, I got baptized in the Holy Ghost. It just changed me." Everybody ain't gonna say that. Because like I said, if you want to know something about church, wasn't nobody more church than Whitney Houston? Wasn't nobody more into that belief system and Whitney Houston, all that, but you saw what happened. And what y'all don't understand, y'all blame Bobby. Whitney was getting high before Bobby. It was funny. I was in a local food store today, and I remember it was a black cashier that used to work there, and she and I used to talk, and she was from the streets too. So I was all aware. Like I hung out. I'm not really street, probably I'm a suburb. I was always hanging out, but she really was from the streets and stuff for the most part. And I remember when that whole thing went down with Whitney dying or whatever. And I just remember looking at her because me and her used to have a lot of conversations because I would get there early in the morning and I just be in line with her talking to her. And so I just looked at her. I said you really can't blame Bobby for Whitney. And she looked at me. She said, I know. She said Whitney was getting high long before Bobby. She said, but after Bobby, she was really getting high. So it is what it is. So some people gonna do what they want to do, no matter who they know or whatever. And all you can do for a person like that is just pray for them and hope that they made it to the other side, even with all the mistakes they made. That's all you can do, because there was a love. All you see is Whitney singing about Jesus, even after the drugs messed her body up, messed her up. You still see Whitney coming out singing about Jesus Christ and stuff. So she made a lot of mistakes. You gotta live with that. But you can't. I've seen people try to do her really dirty, and I take up for her. Like, come on, what are you talking about? That's one of the greatest of all time in everything, everything. So you just gonna look at that part? Like, what type of person are you? So you try to pray for people, but the final decision maker is God. But God reads the heart. In a case like that, because she grew up in the church, there's a difference between her saying it and somebody else. And one of the reasons why she was able to get away from that lifestyle, pretty much, the addictions and stuff, was because of Jesus. Those are facts. But you still gonna carry it though. You still gonna carry it. Everything you did to your body and all the shame and all the guilt you feel, you still gonna carry it until he heals you fully. And if you die early like she did, you may go to your grave with a lot of that stuff. But you hope and pray that she made it. Hope she made it and pray. All right. So that's what this is kinda could become because of everything we've been talking about. So now he's going, he ain't even going menage a trois. But this is why I like this dude though, because he's so on point. Again, I'm at astrocodex.com, and it's Lilith in 11th house. Now he mentioned Lilith, Capricorn, or Malefics. But you do got that. He mentioned Lilith, Scorpio, and all that. But Scorpio is in a significant point in the 12th house. And then you got another asteroid, Vesta, and she's known for like sexual violence, and she's a priestess, but she's sexual violence and things like that. So this person has to be very careful of any dramatic events that can roll off between friends, any 7th house, or lovers. And he said he said it's very probable that at least one of these people, but I'm gonna say one or more based on what I'm reading, can get hurt because of what we're talking about. So we're not that far into the chart yet, but they said this person may also like to use Pluto energy, Mars energy, or Saturn energy just to hurt people, like mind manipulations. But I'm telling you, she's going to try that with the mother. You can see it on the chart. See, like I'm trying to tell everybody, like it's you're not in a perfect world, and I've learned, because believe me, I came up fighting. Like I wasn't here very long when I knew this was a crazy ass planet, and these people was crazy, and I was saying to myself, like, this planet crazy because they beat their own kids up. Like where I'm from, like whether you'll believe it, but I know where I'm from. Like it would never, they would never put their hands. Like you could spank somebody or something, but come on, they beat their kid. They beat their kid. Like I remember the way my father beat me, you would have thought I stole something. And this dude was crazy, and he beat you like you was like in a bar somewhere, fighting a man. And I didn't even do nothing, just crazy shit. This dude was crazy. So I knew. I said, "This is one crazy ass planet, boy." But like I came, why I came. Like I said, I like warfare. Like we angelic. We don't fear no devil. We don't fear none of this shit. We don't fear none of this shit. Like if y'all knew how many places I was in places filled with white supremacists, they ain't not put no hands on me. I'd be the only black guy up in there. I have a routine of doing that way back from here to New York. So I never feared it. We came to bring an end to all that silly stuff. But I know how hard it can be for people. But at the same time, y'all could be your worst enemies. Because sometimes y'all could do more to stop stuff and you don't. And I'm going to say it again. Like Belmar, New Jersey, two little girls asked to go swimming at the beach when they knew it wasn't going to be no lifeguards. And instead of the adults saying, no, ain't no lifeguards, you can't go down there, or I'll go down there with y'all for a few minutes or whatever, but then I got to get back here and take care of whatever I'm doing. Or just go outside and play in the holes or something like that. Or just go play in the tub. But you let two little girls, 113, 111, go down to the beach by themselves with no lifeguard, and it's a dead end side of the beach. It's not even a popular. But I wouldn't even let them go on by because this world is just too crazy. Because if the water don't get you, a purpose is gonna get you. But somebody gonna get you. That's facts. It's not Gary making shit up. This is facts that you read in the news every day, but still ain't nobody doing nothing about it. Nobody. Not even the people paid to do something about it ain't doing jack about it. And then all they did was sweep that under the rug. They said, oh, well, we're not going to change anything because after 5, we get in for free, and this is why we come to the Jersey Shore. Like, they don't care that you just lost two little girls. Nobody give a fuck. So that's why I say some people have to care, and they don't do enough. And then, like, it's business as usual. So they paid the people a little bit of money or whatever, and then got on back with business. Beach still open. Which it should be. I'm not saying beach shouldn't be open, but come on. There's not gonna be no processes to see. No, we don't care. We just want to get in for free. Things happen, and I notice that wherever I go. The desire for freedom is so great that they really don't care about all these people getting robbed, raped, killed, still. They could care less. But they all want you to keep stopping, and then you go through the process of allegedly mourning. But if you're really mourning, why isn't anybody doing anything to stop it? So to me, that shit's just as fake as church. And I hate that shit. I hate fakeness. Don't tell me you care and the shit keeps going on. I can't believe that shit. So somebody got to care. Somebody got to do the best they can, and sometimes little steps at a time. And that's why I do this the way I do it, because whoever hears it, either they can benefit for it or anybody listening can benefit for it. Therefore, somebody will be saved because of it. So they're saying this person, if they were hurt at any time, early age or in a past life, that they may bring this in because it's inside of them. So they got a lot of revenge and stuff like that, and they're trying to bring it to bring pain to somebody else. So very frequently, this person will discover that they're saying if he does like a psychological evaluation of himself or herself, they will discover that potential negative behaviors to other people is related to a subconscious revenge towards who they think should have been there for them, and they feel like somebody wasn't there for them, so now they're going to subconsciously hurt other people. So this person is willing to use anything to hurt other people, whether sexuality or whatever. And they say Lilith in the 11th house will also use sexuality to hold a tight grip on others. Now you can see it right there, number 15, because I noticed I just didn't speak on it until I read him say it. So you see that good fortune 15, and again that number 23 is a person who's really good at speaking, but they can turn on you like Uranus. So this person, that's what you like when you see Batman, you see a Marley Quinn. So she's a psychopath. She's a psychopath. So she's got a lot of Uranus in her. If you've ever watched Batman and seen Molly Quinn, so that's what you're seeing on this chart. So it is good fortune. It is bondage because why is it? But why? What are they telling you? Have you ever seen a number 15 card, tarot card? It's two nude people, but they're bound to the devil or the Baphomet, the goat. So this person knows how to use whatever they got to get what they want. And then her Juno is 20 degrees, which is the Pluto card, which is ruling over Scorpio energy. So let's look at that. Let's go to my girl Biddy Tarot, and let's just learn a little bit about the Pluto card, the Judgment card. It's 20 degrees, and that's Pluto energy. And some of these words that you're saying Libra and Judgment, because this is gonna go legal, especially when you say it in the 12th house, because Vesta means incarceration. But like I said, that's why we telling people be careful, because there'll be so many people that will kill a mom or kill some. You don't know what people are thinking. You think you do, but that's why I said I don't say shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't want nobody coming to get me and shit. If I say something, believe me, I try to be respectful with it. And if somebody's crossing me the wrong way, then it'll be handled a different way. But I'm not gonna push somebody to the point that somebody subconsciously is wishing I was dead. Because nowadays they make that shit into a reality. It's not a wish no more. And we already learned this person is very internal. They're hiding all that stuff inside. Through the number 9, which is still a hermit, goes by his own light. Number 12, which is a stranger, the hangman. He don't want to come out. The other one's a hermit. He'll come out, but he still got his own way of thinking. And all these other things you're seeing. There's a very deep subconscious person. Judgment card means judgment, rebirth, inner calling, absolution. But I still want to read more of it. And whenever you read these cards, you got to go by the placement. Just like if you were doing tarot cards, you got to go by the placement that's on the chart. Like in some places, if you saw the lover, like number 6, if you saw the lover card, it would mean lovers, depending on whatever else is there. But sometimes the lover card is not about lovers; it's about doubting. It's about doubting the love and doubting and being unsure of the love and unsure of yourself. So the judgment card could be about a higher elevation, a spiritual awakening. But again, it could also be illegal because it's there with Liga. It's there with Libra. Libra is the judgment card. The Libra is the justice card. So judgment and justice. So that's implying court. And then when you go to the 12th house, you can see it again. Even possible incarceration. So the judgment card might pop up when you're close to reaching a significant stage in your journey. And it could mean the purging is coming on. But whatever it is, it's going to have something to do with her, the person she's in a serious relationship with. Her partner, her Libra partner. And again, when you're looking at her 11th house, you also got to jump to her 7th house because Libra rules the 7th house. And they said, look what they said. Look what they said. Now, they don't know where this is going on at. What I'm about to read from Biddy Tarot, they don't know that this is an 11th house with friends and groups. But look what they said. The Judgment card also suggests that you may find comfort in sharing your struggles with others within a group environment. There will be others who have experienced something similar and who can show you the way to freedom from your troubles. Let them guide you and help you rise together. So they may be implying that she'll get into some type of group environment that helps her, and she'll also find her partner there, like they said earlier. See, now that was good news. Now I feel good because I didn't, I was feeling kind of down because I kind of, I care. So maybe that's what she needs to do before anything gets too crazy. In my neighborhood, there was a boy next door, and he was like a weirdo. But then his parents took him and put him in some type of classes or something. And he came out, he was the most normal, sociable. He came out right at the right time. Because when he came out, I'm not sure he came home every day. I don't mean they sent him anywhere. But when the school was over or whatever, like he was different. Like all the females wanted him. Like he went from being like a weirdo that nobody would really want to like the guy everybody wanted. And he's still married. He's been married, I think, since like the 1980s. He's still married to the same woman. And the same thing with him. I hate to have to say this, but see, he's the son and the brother of those weirdos that be trying to attack me, and he don't never come home. But that's why, because they're weirdos. Like they all they do is start drama and shit. So he don't never come home. So sometimes you have to he'll come home once in a while, but very rarely. So sometimes you got to do what you got to do because unfortunately you have people that are they're set on fucking your life up, and you got to get away from them. Like if you have to. And it's not your fault because people try to make you feel like you're the bad guy, but you're not the bad guy because you're not the person doing all this crazy ass stuff. And sometimes you got to do what you got to do. But your life can't be miserable just because you're around people who are miserable or whatever the case might be. Sometimes you got to get on with your own life. Try to be there when you can be, but you can't be there all the time because you got to have your own life. All right. So that one was good news. 11th in the 11th house could also be cunning schemer concerning organizations. Like if you ever seen that, like a pro-black organization, but they don't do jack. Like they talk all that junk, but they not moving nothing. So all they doing is trying to sell videos and T-shirts and hats and stuff, but they're not moving nothing. Because I heard somebody mouthing off too. Again, I had to address that. Like you say a lot of stuff, but what are you really doing as far as revolutionary is concerned? So if you're not really a revolutionary, shut up. Or learn how to reword what you're talking about. Because the way you talk, you make it sound like you're about to do something. You ain't doing nothing but selling videos and hats and T-shirts. So stop acting like you're a revolutionary because you're not. See, that's what they say. He might cause sabotage, spread malice between the members and groups, cause a lot of discord, and that's what he does. And it's funny because he loves to say the woman is God, the woman is God, but that's Lilith. That's Lilith. So they're saying that this person, Lilith in the 11th house, they may join a group just to basically cause drama and mess it up. And that's why I be trying to tell people. That's why I've learned that. Because I saw all that in the 1980s and 1990s. Cause I used to go all over. Because I was looking for the so-called truth. And all you get is stuff like that. For the most part. Politics, nepotism, all kind of lies, pervert actions, pedophilia. You name it, it's out there. In the name of Jesus or God or Jehovah, you give the God name and I'll give you the pervert or the perverts that are associated with it. And mostly they know about it and don't do shit about it. And as soon as it become public, that's when everybody act like, oh, how could this have happened? But this shit been going on forever. This is a goofy planet. And I don't mean to be pessimistic, but I'm trying to save lives. Like this is some goofy stuff. So they say if you're gonna join a group with Lilith in the 11th house, join a group that really helps people with their internal problems and anything going on with their ego and things like that. So this guy does a really good job with his writings. All right, so just give me a moment. I gotta look around a little bit. Alright, just give me a minute. I'm waiting for this browser to open up. Alright, so now the energetic degree, 29 degrees. Really, it's the 11th house, so you could say 29 degrees Aquarius. And you're also going to say 29 degrees Libra. And they don't really have degrees for asteroids like they should. But again, more and more stuff will come online in the future. So this person is saying Lilith in Libra is like a master. But that's what I think I said that. I think that 23 was there. Let me look at the chart again. Yep, 23 is there. But they're a master at it, but they're also a master of manipulation and stuff. All right. All right. So 29 degrees. I want to do. Let's do 29 degrees Aquarius will be the end of a. What is what they say? I'm not saying I agree with it. The end of a humanitarian cycle. Current friendships and relationships with in-laws, with friends, could come to an end. This placement suggests Native redefines their hope of a perfect world as they begin to isolate those around them who do not share the progressive new worldview. 29 degrees. That's 29 degrees Aquarius, 29 degrees Libra. The end of a cycle where a pressing legal issue is involved. It requires people to tie up loose ends. Unfortunately, it strongly signifies divorce. But again, it may not signify divorce. But they definitely said a legal matter. And I believe that it goes into the 12th house. That's what I believe. And I believe that it's not so much the couple is not necessarily gonna fall out. It's not the couple falling out, but it's the mother. That's why Uranus is right in that 4th house, and the 4th house is definitely Imum Coeli, the mother of the moon, and it's in the 3rd house, but it's still a mother. And then and even the Uranus is the 11 degrees, which is also legal, and then it takes you into the this person's 11th house is payback on the mother, and that's why the Lilith's at 29 degrees. And you see it continue because then it goes into the legal, the 12th house of endings, and Vesta can mean isolation. So let's continue. So we did the 1st house, 2nd house, 3rd house, 4th house, 5th house. See now Aries, this is aggressive fun, but all this is fire signs. Aries, Leo, Sagittarius in the 1st house because Aries rules the 1st house. So this is just aggressive. And they don't have to like it could be a girl in a drill team, but it's still aggressive, like aggressive dancing is aggressive. And you know, people do, like, sometimes young people just do that anyway. It's not a reason. It's just being young. But then people do it. Some people do it because they do have a lot of inner anger, inner whatever, and they're just doing all that stuff because they don't know how to deal with it. Sixth house is Taurus, and the sixth house, and this is health, young children, small animals, small children, daily activities, possibly healing, co-workers and subordinates. But again, so it may be some type of work from home. And again, you see Venus there at 16 again. So 16 is Mars energy. So this person has a lot of Mars energy going on. And that's her sun sign, Leo. Her sun sign, Capricorn. And then Palace is extremes as well. Seven is Gemini. Now, Gemini, like I said, and there you go again. So you go to where her Gemini is at. You go to where her Aquarius is. Well, Gemini rules the third house. When you go to the third house, it's Aquarius, which takes you to the 11th house with Juno and Libra. So it is a serious relationship, but it may not start off that way because, like I said, Aquarius and Gemini both don't want to go. Like they'll say it's serious, but they know that it's not. Especially Aquarius, but they don't really want that deepness. They don't want that attachment. They don't want that deepness. Especially Aquarius, but Gemini is not too much different. Aquarius don't want you ringing the phone all the time, and they don't want you to feel deep. And both Aquarius and Gemini, they don't want to, they don't want it to go too deep. They start feeling uncomfortable, start backing up from it. And both those Gemini and Aquarius are like 9 degrees apart from each other. On this particular, it's about 90. It's about 90 degrees apart, and I believe they call that a square. Eighth house, once again, so that's how you know it's family issues. And remember, whenever you have any type of water, like especially Cancer, but if you have any type of water sign in Scorpio or the eighth house, that's also situations. That could be problems with the supernatural. But that's what I be trying to tell people too. Like when you see all that aggression, it's not just the human, it's spirits in there, and that's why they're so aggressive and stuff like that. And the vertex cross is always like a soul meeting, a soul event, or a twin flame, twin soul, or it could be a significant breakup, significant event. It's fate or destiny. And that 17 is Aquarius energy again. And we already know that Aquarius is a major part of this person. But it does help them heal too. See, and that 14 is there again. Like now the 14 is a Sagittarius energy. And the 17 is Aquarius energy. 14 is Temperance. 17 is Aquarius. So this person they connect with helps them heal from whatever mother issues they have. But then when it gets to Aquarius, to the 11th house ruled by Aquarius, it's almost like it's time for her to go, one way or another. And that's why I be telling people to be careful because, like, if you bully your kids or whatever the case might be, these are the same people you're going to need when you get old. So you don't want to be bullying them and stuff. So because that's Cancer, the 4th house, that's still mother, I Moon Coeli. So you're dealing with the moon in the fourth house. Moon rules Cancer in the eighth house. They're like very psychic people, supernatural powers. And all this stuff has to do with past lives and stuff like that. That's why I say you want to refamiliarize yourself with that eighth house, all that stuff that's in the eighth house. Because this is definitely a house. This is definitely a chart that's greatly influenced by the eighth house, which is all about past lives and the supernatural. Now, when you get to the ninth house, that could be a father issue in this life or a past life, but it's definitely kind of abusive because Saturn generally represents like the father or a masculine energy. 10th house, see the number 22, so that's twin flame. And again, this is the home. Virgo rules the 6th house, which is the home. So it's some type of home job or home employment. Something she's doing. It's a home. '22 is like the twin flame number. So that medium Coeli, it lines up with wherever her true north node is. See that her true north node is in the 4th house. And again, this is all about the mother. Like I said, whenever you see like the moon, the mother, this is a connection to Mother Mary as well. Or Isis. So she's highly psychic, highly spiritual. A lot of this is past life stuff. And she may be doing some type of spiritual stuff from a home or anything. Because even on YouTube, you see people sitting in their car doing shows and stuff on the channel. That would be even considered home or something like that. We did the 11th house. Explained that. Now, the 12th house, we'll spend a little time there. But it's very watery. Gonna be very psychic. She's definitely gonna be psychic. She's gonna have premonitions. She can see shit before it happens. She can know when people are lying to her. She can know shit that you shouldn't know. Like there's not gonna be any way to explain how she knows stuff that she knows. She's gonna be a highly psychic person. See, that's why I be saying when you have a natal chart and you really know what's going on, you think twice before you say curse somebody out or spank somebody that maybe they didn't need it. You know, you should learn how to you do things differently because these people got real power and shit. So highly supernatural. Her 8th house, 12th house, highly supernatural, and it's going to affect the family, the mother, the 4th house. And a hermit can be a woman or a man, but the hermit is Virgo, which will be feminine energy. And remember, the hermit is still like a type of priestess. That's why he goes by his own enlightenment. He goes by his own light. So the hermit is a little bit like a shaman or a shaman. So we'll look at Vesta in the 12th house first, and then we'll see where we go from there. So just give me a moment. I just gotta look around a couple of places. So just give me a moment, cause I really see. I know what it is, but I'm trying to. I want to like so I can cite a reference. All right, now this one said I said asteroids in the 12th house and astrologyk.com came up. So I hope it's going to be what I asked for. So they said asteroids in the 12th house, but all they gave me was Eros and Juno. That pisses me off. All right, I'm going to try something else just to see what happens. All right, now I'm looking at all right, there she is. But that's still not in the 12th house though. Because it said celebrities with Lilith in the 12th house, but it's not the 12th house, it's the first house. And I even checked it with their website, and even it says the first house. I just hate when people do stupid ass shit. Don't say it's in the 12th house unless it's not. Alright. So we're going to try it a little bit differently, but I'm not going to let it go though. Alright, so this one says Vesta and Pisces, because Pisces does rule the 12th house. So that's one way of looking at it, but I would rather have it say Vesta in the 12th house. Alright, now more are giving information. They don't give information on Vesta in the 12th house, but they do give information on Vesta and Pisces. A little strange, but here we go. Alright, so we'll look at a couple of that. Like I said, we're gonna look at a couple of things. First, let's go back to where the Neptune is. See, now you can already see it. Vesta, this person is gonna rely highly on that Libra, that person they're in a relationship with. Because Neptune is in Aquarius, and that Libra probably is going to have some type of connection to Aquarius on their natal chart, that Libra energy. But see, that's that codependency and all that stuff. And you have to be careful because, like I said, this is about abuse at the end of the day. She felt abandoned because, like I said, I went through the same shit. And I was saying, oh, I wanted to find love, I want somebody to hug, and all that because I went through hell with the people that the family I was born into. So I went through hell. So I was always looking, and I had to learn how to, don't do that, because you. Let me make sure I said it's perfectly clear. There's nothing wrong with two people being in love or whatever, touchy feely, whatever. But if they both don't want it, it is going to be clingy. It is going to be clingy. Or some people might want it sometime, but not all the time. So it can be real clingy. So you have to realize that. And then it's difficult because, like, I'm just not a liar. Like a lot of relationships, that's how they start. They start off highly sexual, highly romantic, highly passionate. And as a little bit of time goes by, it begins to drift and drift and drift. And all of a sudden you're getting involved with a whole lot of stuff that maybe don't really have nothing to really do with a relationship. So now you're with somebody who you don't even feel like you're in a relationship with. Cause like you're like, damn, I could be single. Like I had more activity being single than this. You know what I'm saying? And you're like, why am I doing this? And would they do it for me? And sometimes they wouldn't. So it gets touchy. Like, because when does a relationship really stop being a relationship? Like if somebody works a lot of long hours or they got other shit, and I got this tonight, and you can come with me, but maybe you don't want to go there. Maybe you want to do something else. Or they might even tell you, well, listen, you don't have to come with me. You know, I got my own shit to do. I don't need you with me all the time. So you're like, well, what the fuck am I in a relationship with you for? If, we're never together. You work all the time, and then, it gets complicated. So I'm not really with all that. So just the more I study stuff, the more I can just see this is some type of fuckery. Like, really. And people know. Like, they may not see it, but just watch the lifestyle. Because they're cheating on somebody. They're lying to somebody. Or whatever. They go to a religious. They just go through the motion. They really don't believe that stuff. Okay? So it's fuckery, but they just act like, but they're not going to say it with the mouth. Whereas I'll say it with the mouth. So you got to slow shit down. But once again, So and even though she's not a Libra, but her Juno is in Libra, and she's has a type of Libra mentality because she's relying on that person to fulfill all the love that she feels she lost through abuse or whatever else she's been through. Not just this life, but other lives. And that's how it has to lead to failure. Because what's going to happen when a person doesn't fulfill this Neptune fantasy? Then that's when the drama comes. If Lilith takes over, that's when the drama comes, the payback comes. And that's why right next to her Neptune is the moon. And Lilith is connected to the moon, but so is it her as a woman, but so is her mother. And possibly, when you're dealing with the ninth house, you're dealing with his people too, in-laws. So this can get sticky. So they were trying to say, oh, Lilith in Neptune or whatever. Yeah, Lilith in the 12, Lilith in Pisces, because Neptune rules Pisces. Lilith in Pisces wants to serve and blah blah blah. Not really. She wants to serve him. She wants to be with him. Even when you go to where her Pisces is, look, what do you see? Her true north node, which is her life purpose, but it's right next to Uranus. And who does Uranus rule over? Aquarius. Going right back to her third house and going right back to her 11th house. Him. So she's already kind of fixated on him and obsessed with him. Now they do speak about healing with Vesta and Pisces. But again, that healing or Chiron is still right there with him. Aquarius, and I think it says 714. But remember, 7 could be the 7th house, which is Libra. And 14, we're going to double check it again. Because I always... So 14 is Sagittarius energy. Back to her first house. But then when you look, you see 12 degrees, which is still Neptune. All right. So they said they are spiritual people, but it might lead to a fantasy. And it is, because she's already been hurt. She wants him to be her everything. So they say this person may run the risk of not living in reality. They have to learn to connect to reality. They have to learn how to connect their body, mind, and spirit and reality. But in order to do that, she's going to have to get help with past life stuff, any abuse, or any abuse even in this life. And that was astrologyk.com. Vesta and Pisces. Now this is astrodreammeanings.com. So down there, they're telling you at that website I just named. They said they're telling you the history about Vesta and how they were priestess, and they tended to be young girls. But that's what I'm trying to tell you. Well, these girls were real young. He said between age 6 to 10. I never knew that. Whenever I think about Vesta, I think about like 13 and up, because I believe Mother Mary was like between 13 and 16, no older. And Vesta can't let the fire run out. Like wherever Vesta is on your chart, that's where you'll burn out, because that's where you're going to give all your energy to. But we already know why she's doing it, because she's fantasy. She has a love for this guy, this Libra. So if these priestess failed their duties, they would be severely punished. But they were raped though. Like sometimes if you've ever watched like a movie about a stripper or something about a stripper, and she's in a strip club and she tends to see life a certain way, but she's always believing like a guy's gonna come and move her out of there, or at least marry her or something like that. And I'm a little bit different now because I'm older and I understand things a little bit more. But back then I used to wonder, how the hell is that gonna happen? You're a stripper, you're in here, no guy's gonna really want that. That may not be true though. Now that I'm older, I understand that. That may or may not be true though. But I do know here locally, right up the street, is a strip club. And I remember one time it was a female stripper and a guy had come in the club that night. And those two were talking, and she got into him because I guess he had money. So I guess he had her all her time and stuff. So she is basically pretty much with him, and she left, and they never saw her again. And that's a little weird, but I think people may have known, but they didn't want to talk about it or whatever. And that's what I'm trying to tell you, how phony people are. Because I don't, as far as I know, they never caught the guy. Like, couldn't he was in there with her, so they had to be able to identify him. But they always acted like nobody could identify him and nobody knew what happened to her. But that's a little weird. But I know it really happened because I remember reading it in a newspaper. But she left with the guy and everything, so that was a weird thing. Now I may do some research to see if I can find something on that, and if I do, I'll do an update on my other channel. But I don't know. But what I'm trying to tell you all is that's what happens when you're not in reality, like when you're in a fantasy and stuff. But it could happen. Don't get me wrong. It's a whole lot of men that are married stripper. It's a whole lot of men because they think it's sexy, they think it's cool, and it's just the way it is. So Vesta is related to women. See, we got a strong Lilith and a strong Vesta on her chart, but they have one thing in common. Lilith doesn't have children either. So they both have that in common. So it might be some comments with children. Now you have to understand what this means, because I said people become very technical with the definition. When you talk about spirit, it can't be technical. Like John chapter 3, Jesus made that perfectly clear. This is spirit. This is like the wind. It does what it wants. So now this could be a problem with childbearing, and I hate to say this, but even when you saw that death 13 and all that, that could be death. Um, and again, whenever you meet somebody, they may have kids, maybe have kids, and somebody in their realm of in-laws or family, they may have a problem with kids. And it could be anything from the death of the kid or a problem with the kid. The kid may have some type of not able to do certain things. It could be all kind of things, but it's going to be kid related. And this is why you got all this third house as Gemini, and but the third house ruled by Gemini has kids, and then you got Aquarius and Gemini, so it's still gonna be kids and all that. And sometimes things like that happen where like my cousin who's no longer with us. But he was in the Marines for a while, and his wife he had a child with his wife or his girl, whatever she was, I forget. But the child died, and after the child died, he didn't want to be with her no more. And I never knew the full thing. You know, me and my cousin were close, but you can't ask a person what happened. I don't. But after that child died, he just wouldn't be with her no more. So maybe she failed to do something. I really don't know, but I know he just would not be with her. And it was kind of strange because his next girlfriend, he like worshipped her, like she could do no wrong. She slept with other men, all kind of stuff. She disrespected him literally up to the day he died. But he never didn't want to be with her. But that one female that he had a child with, once that child died, he just didn't want nothing to do with her. So they're saying that Vesta was a virgin, but a deity of fertility, and she was prayed to by women who couldn't have children. I never knew that. That's something I have to dig deeper. But their fertility was mostly for agricultural harvest and fertility. But that's kind of strange that they were virgins, but they would. That's like a conflict of interest. Who would want to do that? If you're a female and you can't have a child, because if you do, they're going to kill you because you're a priestess. Why would somebody tell you to pray for somebody else to have a child? That's some craziness. So I'm going to say it like this. I'm going to try to keep this um consistent. Now, if you want to pray to Vesta for fertility, you can do whatever you want. But the bottom line is she was a virgin. Okay? And plus, we're dealing with Lilith and Virgin. So you're dealing with Lilith and Vesta. So you're dealing with something with no children or children, or situation with children. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to happen, but when I give you this information, this is what I'm trying to tell you about. This is the difference between an adult. Adult takes in information and says, how can I make this information work for me? A person is thinking like a child. They hear me and they get mad at me when I didn't say it, and then second they just go, oh, you're not gonna have no children. Nobody said you ain't gonna have no children. Y'all gotta stop being suckers. Learn how to fight. You have whatever you want. My job is to tell you what's on the chart. Your job is to take it and make it what you need it to be. I can't do that for you. I'm not fighting against the universe. My duty here on this planet is to find what's on your chart. Give some suggestions here and there based on the universe, but it's your job to say, okay, I'm going to pray on this, I'm going to look out for this and stuff like that. That's how it works. Nobody tells me. I mean, I'll listen, but ain't nobody going to tell me my life. I'm a grown ass man. Ain't nobody going to tell me my life. I'll listen to counsel, but I'm not necessarily going to just, I don't care. I mean, that's part of, like I said, I'm a spiritual person. You always got somebody telling you this ain't going to happen, this ain't going to work. You got to learn how to pray against it and be strong. But at least you're aware of it. That's the whole point of counsel. At least you're aware of it. Otherwise, you wouldn't know. How you gonna pray for something you don't know about? So Vesta can deal with your devotion, what you're devoted to, what your duty is, sacrifices, your integrity, and also repression if you are refraining from intimacy or personal relationships. But don't just go. Vesta is a sexual entity. It just depends on what house she falls in. Like this house is in Scorpio. Everybody knows Scorpio is highly sexual. This is secrets. This is sexuality. This is a lot of stuff. So Vesta can deal with the psychological issues, emotional issues, spiritual issues that deal with abstaining from intimacy and relationships, or fearing of the two. Because in the 12th house, you do deal with your fears. Now, Vesta and Pisces women can be kind souls, very helpful. But again, her main interest will be that man. So she may help out in other places and stuff like that, but her main interest will be that man. For some reason, they said Vesta women may have difficulty concentrating to get things done. But they can be excellent healers. And that's one thing that keeps coming up. Excellent healers, healers, healers. They have a vivid imagination, strong intuition. But I already told you, this is your clairvoyance, your clairsentience, to clear everything. But they still say they're manipulative. And they'll make another person feel like you're responsible for me, you're responsible for me, you're responsible for me. And like I said, that can work. If you got a guy that likes that, that could work. But a lot of people aren't like that. Some people love to feel needed and shit like that. So that can wait. Like I said, all this stuff is like somebody could tell you, like you could go past 40 people to tell you, I don't like you, I don't like this about you, blah, 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 blah. I would never, you know what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden, a person like that's what they've been waiting for. That's just how crazy this world is. And plus, some of them people that told you I would never get with you, and they'll come back and get with you. So it's just a crazy ass planet that we're on. But but now guess what? They said the same thing about this person that they said about the 11th house. These women are usually open about their physical needs and are often prone to change partners. And keep in mind, I'm saying this about the 12th house. So again, if she do stay with that one guy, there's still a chance she may sneak around, because that's what goes on in the 12th house. A lot of secrets and all kind of crazy shit. And especially with Scorpio, that's another secret teller. And then, like I said, Vesta is all about that privacy and isolation, and nobody got to know shit. So bad traits of Vesta and Pisces or Vesta in the 12th house, prone to manipulation. They love to manipulate and still get guilt to get their way. And they try to make other people feel responsible to them. But they lack focus and concentration. And that might be because they're kind of like daydreaming a lot, because they're in fantasy world. But they said unfaithful. They just came out and said it. Whoa, they just said unfaithful. That's crazy. So this is dreamastromeanings.com said unfaithful, prone to living in an imaginary reality. And I think my Kenyan was like that. But my Kenyan was strong though. Don't ever think she wasn't strong. But she is kind of like that. But what I liked about it, like she lived this country better than people that live in this country. She traveled all over this country. She knew this country better than people in this country. And she was powerful. Like, but I've seen a lot of like powerful black women around me. But my Kenyan, if she wanted it, she got it. So you gotta respect that. That's why I said it's sad that you're on a planet that you can burn in hell forever. I admit that. I'm the first to admit that. But still a reality. But it's good to see these people enjoying their lives. I'm all for people. See, people think because of the way I preach, they think I'm rigid, but I'm really not. But and my hands are tied on certain things. But I gotta tell you, that's what I do. That's why I'm here. But it's good to see people enjoying their lives and stuff like that. But you just gotta remember, like a female told me a long time ago when I first met her, but she was very promiscuous, and we was talking about, well, it was definitely sexual, but I forget what the exact words were. It was a long time ago. But I remember her saying to me, dive in. Just don't drown in it. So in other words, listen, it's here for you, but don't stalk me. Don't become obsessed with it. You know, dive and enjoy it. But then once it's over with, don't be thinking you're going to get a second one, or don't think you. So sometimes you can take that advice and apply it to life. This is a life where you try to enjoy it best you can, but don't dive too deep in it because you could lose your mind and go crazy. Or, you know, don't push somebody else so deep that they could go crazy or lose their mind. And that's why Messiah told you take one day at a time, stay prayed up, and you know, try to be honest with people. Like I'm totally against parents that try to bully their kids, or I said it, you know, do it because I said it. Stupid stuff like that. Like, it's a new type of child. You got to be able to talk to these people. Got to show them love, and you just got to be there for them. praying, and even if they make mistakes, gotta try to keep them on a certain path that doesn't lead to eternal damnation or even getting killed. Even getting killed, because nowadays you ain't gotta wait to hell to kill you, because you get killed. You can get killed just walking outside taking your garbage out to the garbage can. It's a crazy ass world. So you got to be aware of that and prepare for it. All right, now let me look around to see what else we got before we get out of here. So remember, if you want to know about Vesta in Scorpio in the 12th house, all you need is that the free. She got the free report. Read all that, because all you gotta do is read the 8th house, because everything that's gonna be going on in your 8th house with the family and everything that the Cancer is about, the 4th house, that's gonna be going on in your 12th house too. So my main concern now, we can do Vesta, and let me just see what happens. I doubt if they're going to give it to me, but I really want Vesta in the 8th house, because Vesta rules, because Scorpio rules the 8th house. Now this is Elsa. Elsa, well, it's a forum, so I don't think she's on. Nah, this is a forum. It's not really. She said get help with Saturn and Capricorn, and that's kind of funny. It's like a goat looking at me. That was funny. Vesto VestalinAstrology.com. Vestalin Astrology. Okay, 3 words. VestalinAstrology.com. But it's all one word though. That's why it was hard for me to pronounce it. I'm at VestalinAstrology.com. 3 words. But it is Venus in the 8th house. She wrote it on January 31st, 2014. Wow. Oh, she's Venus. I want Vesta, not Venus. Get out of here. All right. So they don't want to do it like I didn't think they would, but I was going for it anyway. So you want Vesta in Scorpio. But it has to be that. I don't want nothing other than what I said. Otherwise, I'm just going to say what it is. All right, now this is astrologyk.com. FeminineAstrology.com. Vesta and Scorpio for the holy days, 2017 and 2018. That's interesting. They call Vesta the eternal flame, wedding, marriage, Vestal virgins. So these women call themselves the Soul Sisters, Dixie Gladstone and Sharon Russell, but they wrote this January 14th, 2018. FeminineAstrology.com. So it says the Vesta symbol, the eternal flame held within by a woman's sacred womb center, her belly. Vesta's symbol is a vessel of fire. It can also look like three V's on top of the other. That's true. That's how I know her. So they say Vesta is the flame at the center of yourself. Also, Vesta represents heat and energy, and Vesta represents an elevator because like I told you, it's a closed chamber. It could represent your fireplace, anywhere where there's heat or energy, heater, furnace. So the woman is telling everybody, I don't want to do any more stuff about Saturn right now. It's too much responsibility. Let's talk about Vesta. And she is an asteroid goddess. And it's just Sharon Russell. Vesta is a centering energy. She said Vesta is in Scorpio for regeneration. Which that could be true because they keep talking about healing on her chart. The gifts of the goddess. So the Greeks portrayed Vesta as the center of the world. And it's in your navel area, navel of the earth. So the temple is her sacred home. So ancient temples were built in a circle, and the Vesta fire would be in the center. So you guys might not have known this, but this is real important. Vesta was also responsible for the safekeeping of all contracts and legal documents. So now you're seeing it again, the Libra connection. And now you're also seeing the Saturn retrograde because they told you better watch your legal stuff because you'll think it's safe and it's not. You'll think it's completed and it's not. You'll think it's time to process and they'll tell you no, it's a delay. See, all this works together. That's why I said people think it's different. It's not. And the more you learn it, you'll be better prepared. So the Vesta priestess of virgins were responsible for safeguarding the peace and orderliness of the community. So she said when astronomers began to see Vesta in the 19th century, this was a new activation for the consciousness of women. So Vesta, Ceres, Pallas Athena, and Juno represent the procession of the reawakened woman, the reawakened feminine. So Vesta and Scorpio will help you accomplish your goals. She doesn't give up. She is also demanding and wants to go beneath the surface value of any project, relationship, or healing modality. So sexually speaking, from a male point of view, of course, that's who you want sexually speaking. But when she starts to talk that other crap, you're going to be, whoa, baby. You're a little too clingy. But she's going to be like, you wasn't saying I was clingy last night. She seeks the flame itself. She can be passionate to a fault, like I said. So we will all have to look out for overzealous or pushy attitudes. On the other hand, you may need some of these to accomplish and fulfill your commitments. So it's time for us to look at our own shadows, and there is no better way than to read Sharon's book, Innocence to Wholeness. During this Vesta and Scorpio time, we also have a conjunction with Jupiter and Scorpio. Yep, because that's when everybody was getting in trouble. Weinstein and all them other people. Bill Cosby, Russell Simmons, R. Kelly. I think you're ready. You seem old enough to me. Now he's singing in prison. I don't want to bend over. Jupiter will help Vesta bring light into the shadowy territory of the unconsciousness. So sexual repression does occur, and that can occur in the 12th house. But what I'm trying to tell y'all is the 12th house does deal with repression, but Scorpio is there too. So it may just deal with sexual secrets. I mean, it's limitless because somebody might be telling you, I'm not in the mood and I don't feel right, and you say, okay, baby, we're gonna go for counseling, and you think that she don't want to do it, but she doing it with somebody else, and she ain't got no type of repression or very limited repression with somebody else, but she's telling you it's repression. So it's a lot of weird shit going on. So they're saying if this person feels guilty or they committed sin or shame, that might make them be repressed in the 12th house, sexually speaking, of course. But what I'm saying to you is, but that don't necessarily mean everybody, just that person. So these blocks may have come through your childhood from a molestation, and you know that's a possibility because you got Saturn retrograde right there. Your religious upbringing, and that's Sagittarius, because Sagittarius and Pisces deal with your belief system or the shame from your parents, and that's somebody that's just nagging you to death or just telling you you ain't nothing or you fail. And a lot of times that is that whole Lilith Moon connection. And sometimes, like I said, sometimes it's just jealousy. Like a woman could be very jealous if the husband did something to the daughter or something. But it's not just, it's like a jealousy. And sometimes people just don't want to deal with it. So the easiest way to deal with it is to blame the kid, to blame somebody else. They're not going to blame, like they're not going to, some people won't ever say nothing to the husband, even if they know it. Because they don't want the drama, they don't say, they won't say it, but they'll blame the kid. So these are things that happen that you got to be ready to deal with. Especially if this is your chart. So Vesta in Scorpio is telling this person, and it is in the 12th house, because the 12th house is supposed to be reckoning. That's what I'm trying to say. Even though they keep it the house of secrets and the stuff that's under the carpet is supposed to come out, most people don't do it. That's why they have to repeat the same shit over and in the next life. Because in the 12th house, you're supposed to come clean and get healing. And most people ain't going to do it. So they're saying it again. Vesta and Scorpio is sexual abuse. Like I told you, because those priestesses got raped. And that's terrible. But but this is what these people do to you. They tell you you have to be a virgin, just like the Catholic Church. You have to be a virgin. But then they have you praying for other people to have babies. They just setting you up. And that, like I said, when you know that sexual manipulation, that's the perfect thing because it's frustrated. But you got to understand these are the same people that'll torture these children while they're doing that. Like it's really sick. So then it's repression. It's just a mind game. It's repression. They're making you want it, then taking it from you, They're making you feel guilty because they took it from you, making it seem like it was your fault. But that's why I try to tell you. That's why these things like religion and all that shit was set up in the first place. Rip you off of your finances, rip you off of everything, rip you off of your kids, rip you off of everything. And they still in business. By now, like if anybody else was running those type of organizations, they would have been shut down. But because they're doing it in the name of Jesus or somebody else, they get away with it. So they say you may have health problems because like Scorpio is dealing with health. But they say with the sexual abuse, addiction, deep and binding shames, you feel a certain way. And again, that is like a spiritual 12th house. So this could also be religious rape, using religion and rape, like what Bishop did, Eddie Bishop Long, stuff like that. So now they're kind of saying that social gatherings can be dangerous for a person like this. And it's kind of funny they should say that because you see all that activity in her 11th house. But I'm not going to agree with that. I'm not going to say a social gathering is necessarily wrong. You got to have an idea where you're going and who you're around. But that's why I said you don't have to be in isolation. A lot of people think you have to be in isolation. Like I've always been a life of the party. I'm a Leo, but I go when I want to go. And like when I was younger, I was never home. I was always on the go. That's why I don't mind staying home now. But if I ever wanted to go somewhere, I'm gonna go. I'm not gonna just not go out. And like I said, one thing I know as a man, you can't live in fear. You know, you can't be worried about everything. Sometimes you just gotta go trust God, trust the night, or whatever. So we know all about Vesta, but that doesn't mean you have to be isolated. You don't have to be alone. But you have to understand the frequencies. You have to understand the mythology, the etymology. Because the more you understand that, you start to be a little bit more careful of things. So she says this is transformation with Scorpio, and Pluto rules Scorpio, so it's innocence to wholeness. So now you're gonna have to be dealing with the shadow, but you're not only dealing with your shadow self, you're gonna be dealing with the shadow self of other people, and that's why they put her in the 11th house, and even the family stuff. The family stuff is in Scorpio as well. The 8th house ruled by Scorpio. So this is shadow stuff all around you. You gotta learn how to deal with it. Like I said, for me, it was almost like hands off. It was a lot of stuff I just refused to do because I was around people that not only would they get up in your face talking crazy, they put their hands on you. And I'm already been abused as a child and shit. So what do you think? I'm gonna let you judge? I don't care who you are. And like you gotta understand this when emotions are getting high. I'm not falling back. I'm going forward. I always go forward. I don't care who you are. I fought guys three times the size. He muscle bound, ex football player. There was no way I was gonna beat him, but I wasn't scared of him. So I'm not backing down. That's the whole point. When you get abused and stuff, that's the one thing. Like when Jay-Z said, "I will not lose," I knew what he was talking about. Nobody's gonna put me through the hell again. But these people don't care. They do it anyway because they got dark sides. A lot of these people have evil spirits in them, and they're looking for a fight. They're looking for drama. Like my father told me, they're gonna send me to an early grave, and then they're gonna cry at the funeral, and that's exactly what they did. And I got a brother-in-law. He sent his ass to the crazy house for a little bit, so I know the type of energy I'm around. So you got to know all this because if you don't know all this, these people will be the ones that set you up. It was Joseph's own brothers that tried to kill him. Blood brothers. Not half brothers, blood brothers. You got to understand the planet you're on, what's really going on, and you got to deal with this, even though most people run from it. But they're not going to run from it. If it's on your natal chart, you're going to deal with it at some point. If it's 14 lifetimes from now, you're still going to deal with it. So you got to go into the shadow personality of yourself and others. And they say Vesta might get broken at that time. So it's funny because they're talking about broken vessels and they're using that for Vesta. Vesta, that's etymology. Vesta and vessels. So Vesta is a power that might be clogged and she's waiting to be unblocked. So now they talk about Vesta music. All right, but if you want, like, you can look that up on YouTube, like Vesta music and stuff like that. So now they're talking about these are the same people. FeminineAstrology.com. So this is Vesta in the 12th house. And they do tell her to seek solitude because Vesta is where you burn out at. So you got to seek solitude so you can be refreshed. The best advice though is to really deal with her past lives, deal with any abuse, anything like that. She's got to deal with that, and she's got to learn that what a relationship really is, because a relationship is not codependency. So they say this person would have to learn how to balance faith and fear. They say your religious or spiritual faith can bring a wonderful center as we enter the holy time of year. And that was a holiday they were talking about, but that holiday already passed. But you can still apply the principles. But like I said, just make sure whatever you believe is real to you in a positive way, because it can help. But don't go somewhere where you're just gonna get hurt even worse. That's why I'm telling you, whoever said nice guys finish last, they're not lying. Doesn't mean you have to be mean. Doesn't mean you have to be a bully. But all that, this whole thing is a lie. That's why they call it a matrix. This whole thing is a freaking lie. And so many people are victimized. And the sad thing is, it keeps happening. It's like, no way, you know what I'm saying? Oh, they just found out that 300 priests molested over 4,000 children in a 12-year period. Are you guys going to mass on Sunday? Sure. Like, what the fuck? Like, what type of planet am I on? Like, does anybody think? And then they hate the guys that tell them the truth. Like no way in hell. Like I said, you don't know the psychopaths I was around. I fought my way through all them motherfuckers. You ain't beating me up. You ain't put your it's over with. You'll never touch me again. You'll die if you ever look like you're gonna raise your hand. You beat me so bad, so many times that you've got a lifetime of whipping my ass. Raise your hand at me again, I'll stab your ass to death. Fight back. Put these perverts in jail. Demand it. I mean, people have been executed for far less. And these guys are still in parishes somewhere molesting, probably as I speak. And I don't care what. I'm not attacking a religion, because it's not just one religion. This is going on all over. So they have a lot of great art about Vesta in that website to go to. So they keep telling you to heal your body and your spirit and the 12 when Vesta is in Scorpio. And the 12th house can be about healing if you deal with it correctly. So they said an aspect of Vesta is the beloved Mother Mary. Well, actually, she is the Virgo. Vesta is like the Virgo was a high priestess of Mother Mary, and Vesta is like her protege or her student or her younger friend or whatever. Now they're telling you that Mother Mary's mother's name was Anne, and that she said that Mother Mary was also born through a immaculate conception, and that's interesting. Now, I don't know if that part is in a Protestant Bible or not. I'm not saying it's not true, but I'm just saying I don't know if that's in there. So this is what a person said. I said, "What was the name of Mary's mother? Mother Mary's mother?" That's for some reason William Shatner showed up. That's crazy. That was funny. People also search for Virgin of Guadalupe, Pope Francis, Juan Diego, William Shatner, and Lana Del Rey. Now, Juan Diego, what was Earl's name? All right, I'll worry about that some other time. Zorro. All right. So Mother Mary's tradition, because they said it's not in the Bible, but tradition tells us that parents' names were Anne and Joachim. And just so you know, Anne is a melanated name as well. All right, now I'm going to try to get back to where I was. All right. So they say when you meditate on Vesta, it'll help you. If you meditate on the divine feminine and stuff like that. And like I said, I'm always about addressing the situations because that's how you get healing. And also, when you learn how to address the situation, like I told you, that's why I'm still here. And that's why, whatever. I've been through a lot. Because you can't run from it. And that's what most people do. They kick it. They hide it under the carpet. They don't want to talk about it. They get offended. They'll do anything. You got to address it, all of it, and get healing. And the more you heal and get strong, the more you'll help other people heal and get strong. Because it's just human nature to get down and see everything pessimistic, although everything ain't pessimistic. But it's easy to get that way. Then they said, know thyself. Because they keep talking about solitude for Vesta and Scorpio. See, they don't even know Vesta's in the 12th house. Because the 12th house is about solitude. But I'm not saying you should fully be about solitude, though. I think that's a big mistake. Because like I said, y'all got to understand what I'm talking about is this. This is the problem I got. Nobody's going to tell me what to believe because I do my own study now. I used to believe in that bullshit. 1980s and 1990s. I know it's a fraud. I know it's a bunch of bullshit. It's still used, though. You just got to be careful that you're not one of these people to get duped. But what happens is people, like I keep trying to tell y'all, these people don't know how to stay in their own lane. Like you can't just go somewhere, sit, enjoy the meeting or whatever, enjoy the service, and get up and you could say hello to a few people or something like that. But people just love running up on you, and I don't play that. Like, don't run. I don't know you. Don't run up on me. And I've seen that too many times. Like, these people are crazy. Like, don't run up on me with no bullshit. Like, when they come up with, so y'all understand what I'm talking about. They don't come up on you like, hi, how you doing? They come up on you on some bullshit. Like, trying to tell you shit. Like, nigga, you just met. You don't know me. What you talking about? Like I said, if you understand what I've been through, just live pound. And just, you got crazy people. Some of these people are fornicators, adulterers, and they trying to tell you. Like, you need to go home and take care of yourself before you put my name in your mouth. So, I don't do that no more. Like I said, I spent the whole 80s and 90s learning this shit. And now I'm just at a different point, and I'm not playing it no more. Like we're not gonna do no more silly games in this matrix. And that's how you get ahead. Because like I said, one thing I learned about God, and God said this to me a long time ago: if you sit there and take it, I'm gonna keep on giving it to you. When you stand up and stop taking it, that's when you're gonna see change. So in any form of abuse, in anything, whatever you're going through, you gotta learn how to stand up and deal with it. And that's also part of becoming mature and stuff. Because most people on this planet, they're gonna tap out, and all of them, pretty much in some type of lie somewhere, and they always gonna try to take the easy way out or blame somebody else. Sometimes you gotta just deal with it, stand up, and go through the process. And when you see somebody been married for 50 years or some shit like that, that's what they did. They made a commitment, they stayed dedicated to it, and they went through the process. All the shit two people gonna take themselves through, the good and the bad. And I'm not saying that's the way to go, but I am saying you got to have that type of backbone. Because you won't make it, especially nowadays, because everything's way more, to me, way more intense and crazy than it used to be. And that's why I can't do that crazy shit no more. Stay away from me. I don't know you like that. Don't tell me shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm a grown ass man, bro. And like I said, y'all see how open I am about everything. That's why we trying to tell. Like I said, like my brother-in-law said to me one time. He said, you know, we be sitting downstairs and we be wondering what you're doing upstairs. Nigga, if I was doing anything, I'm online all the fucking time. If I was doing anything upstairs, I would have been arrested or some shit. So what the fuck you talking about? That just sounds stupid. What are you talking about? How long you know me? You know me over 20-something years? Have you ever seen me involved with anything? So what the fuck are you talking about? So it's just people are crazy. And they just gonna keep on. I can't do that shit no more. Stay away from me with the stupid stuff, this crazy stuff. And there's so much stuff on this planet that is beautiful, but it's so much obsessed with foolishness that you can't get to it. So you can't be no coward and you can't be no groupie. Because that's how everything's getting blocked. Because as far as getting roughed up, I know it's hard, but people get roughed up every day. So you can't keep using that as an excuse. Oh, somebody beat me up, or my daddy beat me up, threw me across. You can't keep using excuses. And on this planet, it's just the easy way out. And they go all the way back to the book of the Garden of Eden. When God said, Adam, what happened? Oh, you're white, the woman you gave me. Then we Eve, what happened? Oh, the serpent. The serpent told me. Everybody blaming somebody else. And that shit still going to the day. So you gotta want to get that strength at the end of the day. And if you feel you're not strong enough, well then sometimes finding professional help is not as hard as people make it. Because if you don't got money, they work stuff out with you and stuff like that. You just have to look into it. But you have to want to get you have to want to get healed. And also you just got to make sure that the person that's going to be helping you is not going to manipulate you either. Because sometimes that happens. But whoever said life is what you make it, they're right. Usually. So Dixie Gladstone gave her Yahoo. I don't know how often she answers her email though, but she gave that. But she was asking for stories with comments with Vesta and stuff like that. So since she asked for a story for Vesta, let me give mine. It was a Sunday morning, and I was studying, but I was being led to learn that these asteroids are feminine because I didn't know that. But it was on a Sunday morning, and you have to understand, my oldest sister is deceased, but she was a Virgo. My mother's a Virgo. And these are black women with very powerful personalities. And so while I was learning that these asteroids were feminine, we started having a problem that was kind of well. I'll tell it to you like this. Once I realized what it was, we didn't have that problem no more. But for a while, off and on, we were having a problem with the furnace, the heater, making all this unbelievable smell and all this stuff going on. So I'm learning about Vesta, and I'm learning that Vesta has a direct connection to Virgo, and that heater is really going off. So I know that's the connection. And plus, Vesta is your heat. Like I told, Vesta is your heater, your furnace, any energy source. It's elevator, chimney, closed confinement, isolation, jail. So I'm not saying this person will end up in jail or anything, but you have to remember that maybe part of the priestly thing. Even Joseph went to jail and Joseph became a priest. Joseph became the highest priest in Egypt, and he also got locked up. He was confined a couple of times throughout his life. See, humans, they don't see the whole picture. They just hear some bad news or want to gossip and talk shit about you. But when God got plans for you, you could end up in a whole lot of places. Because that's part of your calling. But anyway, so another person was wondering what was going on with the heat. And I couldn't tell them because I know they would have thought I was crazy. So I had to play stupid. But I knew it had to do with what I was learning about Vesta. So I got up and was acting like I was looking at stuff and shit. But I knew I wasn't really worried about it. And then the person was like, well, should we call emergency? And I like, not really, because it's Sunday, and they charge a lot of money because they come to your house on a Sunday, you paying hundreds of dollars. So I was like, no. So then, after I realized, I read everything and knew it was Vesta, and also Virgo and my sister's energy, which we have stuff like that all the time with Virgo and all that stuff. And then so that Monday morning, the guy that came over here to look at the heater, he was my older sister's boyfriend when they were teenagers. So that's how it works. That's how all this, even with twin flames, everything has a signature. Everything has a signature. So he came, he checked everything, he said nothing was wrong. And I don't think that's ever happened since. But it was happening before because that's how people talk to you. So like when your clock stop, or your clock might stop right at a certain time that you have in your memory about your relative, or your relative, your mom, or your father, or your sister, or your brother. It stops right at that time or something. So these are how this communication goes on all the time. And that's why I say people get so caught up on this bullshit third dimensional that they never really tap back into who they are and what their power is. And everybody wants to make an excuse. Like, I know it's not easy, but you also got spirits help. You got angels helping you. If you're a Christian, you believe in the Holy Spirit. You should believe in the presence of God or the Messiah. So you got all this power helping you, but you just talking about some stupid ass third dimensional bullshit. And then you think God ain't gonna call you on it. Like, you think God ain't gonna send somebody like me to tell you the truth. Because people get caught up on that, and there's gonna be prices to pay. Because that's why I'm trying to tell you. Without Messiah, without the star, there wouldn't have been no Messiah. They wouldn't have been able to find him. So even if the Messiah was on planet Earth, without his star, they wouldn't have found him. So you have a star. You have your natal chart. On your natal chart is your reason why you're here and all that stuff. It's up to you to get that shit correctly, get it done correctly, and get to your assignment. Simple. Now, you might be the type that's going to make everything complicated, but you're going to pay for that. You're not going to get away with it. That's the same way if I was in this country and didn't think I had. That's why you see them grabbing all these people and throwing their asses back across borders and stuff, because you don't have no legal right to be here. So if you're in this realm and you doing either a fake version of a natal chart, or you don't do one at all, you got some sucker that's don't know what he's doing, you're going to pay for that because you're in violation. Same way if you went anywhere else. Oh, I think I want to go to Puerto Rico. Well, Puerto Rico, they consider us, that's us. You got to pick someone. Go somewhere in the Caribbean. Go anywhere where it's not considered us, not U.S. And you think you're just gonna land and walk in, walk around, and think somebody gonna run up. Who are you? Yo, passport. Your paperwork. My what? Your paperwork. Oh no. I'm like these people on YouTube. I do what the fuck I want to. Oh no, you're not here. Lock up. Have your ass locked up somewhere? So it don't work like that. Only in these people's mind and think this shit is a joke until they find out really that none of this shit is a joke. I might laugh every now and then, but none of this shit is a joke. You're here for a reason. Everybody has a purpose. All that stuff is on your natal chart, like you keep seeing me do. Thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of natal charts. It's not a joke. And if you don't fall in line with the universe, you're going to pay for it one way or another. That's facts. So when you heard this particular reading, this person has been given a lot of advice on what they can do to improve a situation that they may have gone through or will go through. But it's up to them and the people around them that are aware of it to do it the correct way and a positive way to make it a better situation for them. And that's totally up to them. My job is always to give you a thorough read so that you know how to proceed. And I always try to do that. This is Get. It's been a pleasure. Make sure you check out what's available. There's a whole lot of stuff going on right now. As you can see on the channel, make sure you have the most recent services offered and priceless so that you can get up to par with where you should be with the universe.